Hello, once again, Internet, and welcome back to our adventure. Right off bat, I just want to say that we are all supporters of Black Lives Matter, 100%, and we all are in firm support of LGBTQIA, and this is a safe space for anybody that wants to come and hang out and just have a good time. You are all welcome here, and with that being said, let's go ahead and get started. Mr. JDM, take us away.
I'm actually curious for. See, this is a little bit of a personal thing. If I give y'all the descriptions every week, y'all know everything that happened. It's like a vault. If y'all give me the descriptions, I can be like, oh, they forgot this. Ooh.
Actually, you know what? Let's let Andy take us away.
Oh, that's gonna be fun.
Yeah, let's let Andy take us away.
I gotta go.
He doesn't take any notes.
My notes exist.
I mean, I don't either. Some weeks.
Where are your notes?
In the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Come on, remember?
He's not really going to the bathroom. I'm telling on him.
No, he's not. He's not going to the bathroom.
Remember?
Okay.
We started.
Sarah, tell me what happened. Walk me through it.
Okay, well, we found out that Hutch's hometown with the weird rocks are actually whoa, my notes are flying away. Primordial Hand, where his home used to be. Davenport made a deal with a demon named Rosario, Kokoth's mom, and Serval, his dad, and they made a deal with the Primordial Hand to save people. Davenport brought in a soothsayer. Saviors from the Bright Knights is what we are, and then like Flynn is born every 300 years as a Fuara. Fuaras are after effects of the seal. We've got to fix the ritual or the seal, I guess, because Hutch was supposed to die, but somehow is still alive.
So he messed
Andronicus was born 400 years ago, but has a double who has only been around for about 50 years in the military, it seems.
He's a young pup.
He's a young pup, and we don't know who the daddy is.
Who is your daddy?
Hence my tweet.
And the seal is keeping elementals and monsters out. But the cliffhanger is who's the dad of Ossian, Andy's evil twin, or good twin, maybe you're the evil twin. Hutch was Davenport's sacrifice. I don't know. I have a lot of notes here.
That's good.
It's pretty good. It's pretty solid.
If we were shooting darts, we'd be at we'd be hitting the 20s, but we'd be hitting like the 18s, the 17s. Mm-hmm. Be around that range. Have to make up for it a little bit here and there, but yeah, we're getting there.
Okay.
It would have been
anybody else?
Not a lot of Champions of Aldon survived for very long. I think that's the last of my notes.
Had a conversation with Davenport on the boat. Davenport is not really know what's going on as far as a doppelganger goes. Davenport may not necessarily be a bad guy. He's a little selfish to an extent with what's going on.
Really?
And
the first NPC you meet may not be a bad guy. Wow.
Wait,
and then we got attacked by a flying tentacle monster.
Yeah, he's like Q from Star Trek.
He's like Q from Star Trek.
Yeah.
Oh no! Ah!
Cat butt.
Come on, go.
Anybody have any minor corrections?
Yeah, well, we received.
No! What did he do to my computer? Okay.
We received 10 rings of speaking.
We did.
Oh yeah, we've got our comm systems. Mine's gonna look like a Star Trek badge.
Hutch was supposed to be a sacrifice to allow Ray Ori to not be destroyed by these things that are coming out of the moon, essentially, that portal. And that
Primordial
Hand.
Primordials too.
And that was,
the metal hand of truth.
Essentially broken by him being brought back by Kokoth. Theoretically, we don't know.
Maybe.
Yeah. The thing that is underneath Hutch's hometown is a primordial, which was basically always there. The town itself would have been destroyed theoretically, regardless of what was going to happen. But Davenport and, I mean, all we know of Davenport. Whoa, connection's getting bad. That's fine. Where everybody from the town was moved out in preparation for such to help the people that were there.
Also, the Knights of Valdon are supposed to unify areas in peace. We figured out what our mission was, but we will probably die doing that.
Maybe so.
If we follow
Okay,
suit.
let the good times roll.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Our flying ship now has
Oh, that's a good
a
name
front.
for an episode.
Let the good times roll.
We have a front-facing and a rear-facing 5-pound cannon
Yes, we
for
do.
air defense.
Nice.
5
Yeah,
pound.
I think that that's pretty much all of it. I think.
We did it. Something about mashed unicorns.
Yeah, that's the new
Oh,
keyword.
that was the new passwords. Yeah.
So yeah, y'all have been questioning Ossian.
Are we all there at that location? I didn't
Yes.
think we were,
To
but
my knowledge, yes.
Yes,
Oh.
we are. We are reunited.
Except for Flynn, who's a 4R we have to go find.
Flynn is missing. Speaking of, just for everybody out there, Flynn probably won't be returning. He's had some stuff come up and won't be able to be part of the group anymore. So for now, we're probably just going to roll his character into NPC and kind of do what I had planned for it, but just as an NPC instead of a player. So, yeah. So y'all are asking questions. Well, do we want to like do the TV show thing where we roll it back like 5 minutes in the episode and then start from there?
dun
Yeah.
dun. Law
I
and
think
order.
that's good, so we can get back into the atmosphere of it all.
Yes.
My name is Detective Kisar. Who is your father and what does he do?
I can't.
It's not a tumor.
It's
My-
not a tumor.
My parents were Orist and Emerald. They helped here in Rayori, and my father served in the military until he was able to retire. My mother was shopkeep, mercantile, nothing fancy. Andronicus. These are the same names and professions as your parents.
Emerald or Emerald?
Oh, I'll post that real quick over here. We
And
got
how do you spell his name? Ossian?
Orist.
Aucien. Ossian.
Aucia.
Orist.
Aucien.
Daddy. And Emerald.
Can you use that in a sentence, please?
Mama.
Ossian is a liar.
Oh, that's rude.
Kisar, let me turn to Andronicus. My friend, does this correlate with things that you know? Is it? Do you know these people? Are they auntie and uncle? Or mama and papa to you too? Grandparents, perhaps?
Is it your ex-girlfriend who shot you?
So it's crazy.
But here's my number. Call me maybe.
The name Emerald
Sorry,
So-
suddenly feels inspired to write a song.
sounds very familiar.
How so? Sir, are you feeling okay?
I can't recall, but I think I might have a sibling named Emerald.
Emerald was your mother.
Oh, just kidding. It's my mom.
Emerald and Orist were your mom and dad. So
Oh, I was
Like,
you
100%
what?
everything-
I feel stupid now because JD.
No, you're fine.
I was gonna text you in Discord like, "Yo, is that my parents?" And then I didn't.
yeah, I had
and-
said, but 100% it's easy to miss sometimes. Yeah, everything he's saying is 100% 1-to-1 with your background, your
Okay,
history.
got it.
They're your
Okay.
parents. His story is your story.
By
Just
God,
I think
a few
those are
years
my
later.
parents.
by God, I would like to check this dude for any kind of deception here.
Roll insight on him, sure.
Hey, Chamber, real quick.
Everybody's there. Everybody can roll inside. I'm
My
fine with
entire
And-
stream's messed up. I'm trying to fix it.
Okay. Okay.
I
it. Is
know.
it?
Yeah.
Oh,
You kids. Do we need to shut her down and turn her back on?
I think honestly it might be the best option because this is the whole.
Shut her down.
Go for it. We will be right back.
Yep, stream will be back. Sorry. Oh, sorry about that
clear owner.
internet update problems.
All right, you can reclaim it now. All right. So yeah. Andronic, everything that Ossian is saying is 1-to-1 with what you know growing up, your parents' names, their professions, the fact that they died in a raid, all this stuff is all just 1-to-1, the same as yours.
Wow. Guys, I don't know what to say, but I guess this is my brother. I've never met him before. I didn't know that he existed, but everything he's saying adds up.
are you saying this in front of Ossian?
I'm saying this to you guys.
Okay. I want to walk up to Ossian and ask him if he has any siblings.
No, I was only child.
Do you remember your childhood?
Mom and Dad said I was the only one.
Right?
Do you remember your childhood?
The childhood he recounts is 100% 1-to-1. Andronicus is he'd help Mom around the shop. He'd go meet Dad on the road whenever Dad would get leave time. Dad would help him like learn different weapon techniques and things like that, and kind of do a little bit of early training as to get him ready for the military because it was kind of expected of him. That kind of stuff.
I want to use telepathy while she's kind of like picking his brain a little bit and kind of say, what if, I'm not trying to be the downer here, but what if all this was just another implanted memory and none of this is actually accurate? What if this is all false? And this is both what they're just meant to believe. This is not truth.
Totally. Hey, Andronicus, do you remember having a brother?
No, I've never. I mean, I don't think so. I've never met him.
I'm gonna kind of give Hutch a knowing nod, like I'm agreeing with him.
Mm-hmm.
What you remember from when you left for the military is Mom had died in town. Dad had went out on duty and died while serving right after you had joined up for the military.
Gisar is curious, Ossian. What is the most hated creature? What destroyed your village?
The way that I remember it to Drow.
Oh.
I see.
You kind of just see Hutch in the background, his arms crossed, just kind of just like raising his eyebrows.
Is Davenport with us?
No,
How do you spell drow?
DROW.
Mm-hmm.
not that I remember.
Ossian, how did the drow make you feel?
Bits on the.
Kisar would like to test something. It will hurt just a bit, if you don't mind.
I mean, he's at your whim. I mean,
Kisar would like to see your hand.
okay. I mean, his hands are like up above him in shackles right
Oh, well then Kisar will walk over and pop one claw out and prick his pinky
Mhm.
to see like if he bleeds, what color the blood is.
now. After you do draw blood, there's a small little trail of blood that starts. And everything, I mean, it's just normal. It was normal. That's what it's expected.
Okay, Andronicus, come here, my friend. I must speak with you.
Yeah, buddy.
Do I see the claw marks from where I scratched him previously?
Yeah. They weren't super deep, so they've pretty well closed up. But they're still pretty, like they're still there, but they're not bleeding or anything.
But the blood looks the same, like it.
Yeah, as far as you can tell, I mean, they're both elves.
Okay, very good.
I mean,
Thank
they
you.
both bleed the same. Everything seems equal. both the same height. They have the same face. They talk. Their voice is the same.
I want to go over to
Go ahead.
Arson. What's his name? Is it Arson?
Austin.
Ossian. I want to go over to Ossian. I'm like, excuse me there, friend, but when you look at my friend over here and I point to Andronicus, what does he look like to you?
Besides damn good looking, we already know.
An elf.
Right, but you don't find it odd that he looks like you do? You don't think that's weird? Like identical? Like a carbon copy?
He kind of looks at Andronicus and he goes, I guess a little.
A little? We're spitting image.
Is there anyone else who looks similar to you around here that you've seen? Anyone that looks familiar?
Not that I've seen.
So this is the first time you've seen this, but for some reason it's not shocking to you.
It's strange. It's not unheard of.
Well,
Not to mention you all both share a very special ability that I've seen only this guy use. You don't find that to be odd? I mean, I don't know, man. Something about this ain't right.
why did you join the military?
What he tells you is the exact same reason that you joined originally. What parents, it was expected. We're supposed to contribute. It was part of the growing up.
Ooh.
It was part of the culture for your family.
Well,
Andronicus, can you ask him something that only you would have known? Like a memory that only you would have remembered? Like not something that interacted with other people, like some memory of like your parents when you were really young. Like ask him about it and see if he remembers this like very personal memory.
Kisar waves Andronicus over. Ask him the name of your first love.
Ooh, saucy.
Kisar just wants to do this.
Girl talk.
Okay.
Okay.
well, I mean, just speaking out, how would we verify that?
You would
Because
know.
you would know
Mhm.
the name of your first love.
Like I remember what songs I used to dance to in the basement when I was 5 years old by myself, but other people don't know that.
Yeah, so if I just made up any name right now,
No, you would just ask him who is your first love, and if he said the same name, then you know that your memories are fabricated.
Or they are he is a perfect copy of you in every factor.
Yeah. Just ask him something only you would know.
all right. Before you joined the military and you took that hike up the mountain to sharpen your swords with the other elders of the village, what direction do the fields blow when the wind is strong? They only blow one direction from the base of that mountain.
Kisar leans over and taps Clove with his elbow. It's like, is this a metaphor? Does this mean something else?
So what I'm going to say is 100% the right answer. Just putting that out there forward.
Damn.
Just as a heads up. Just as a heads up. He is 100% either as a meta kind of thing. I want to play through this, but as a meta thing, he's 100% you with a different name.
Right.
But he was younger though, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, but
he's
he has
younger.
the exact carbon copy memories that you do. So now we've solved that by asking about your super personal memories.
Because if my
What?
Okay.
Here we go. I want to do this because it's cool.
all right,
Depends on the season. In the spring, it blows from the north. In the summer, it blows from the south. But the elders did not go up the mountain.
the elders always go up the mountain. Where were they?
The elders don't go up the mountain.
No. He's basically playing into it. You asked him a trick question. He got that it was a trick question, and he answered it the way you wanted / expected him to. He just
Okay.
doesn't have all the information to play off of.
Right.
got it.
Yeah.
Like
So
we're
my-
building this as we go. So anything that he says is 100% canon for your background.
Yeah, I was trying to
So-
get you to like corner him in a way that would just make for certain whether you guys have the same memories or not.
And he just did that.
And we did. So now we know that you guys have the exact same memories, even though you have a gigantic age difference, which I would infer means that
He's a
you
clone.
both have implanted memories, the same implanted memories.
Well, not necessarily. Perhaps Andronicus has the original memories and he is merely
He's
a
the
copy.
Mm.
Yeah.
But Kusar leans over and looks at Hatch and goes, did you sharpen your sword with the elders too? That seems like a very private thing to be doing.
Well, with all due respect there, friend, where I sharpen my sword with and whom the sharpening is done with is my business and my business alone.
No, of course. But the first
All
time, was it
those
the group
sharpening
thing?
the swords are consenting adults.
I turn around and I look at everybody and I just go, the elders don't go up the mountain.
Oh my god. Okay. So where do we go from here?
Hold on. Kusar walks over and lightly hits him in the head. Do they go up the mountain now?
They never do.
The elders go up the mountain.
They never did.
Well,
I got it. Shit. So technically, DM,
Mhm.
his parents, my parents,
It's like calling someone chef.
they died a long time before he was born. Because if he's only 50 and I'm over 400,
I thought he was in the
Right,
military. For
right,
50 years.
right,
Or is
exactly.
he 50 years old? Wait, is he 50 years old or was he in the military for
He's
50
been in the
years?
military for 50 years. He's
Okay,
probably
so-
around two. He's probably around like 200, late 100s, that
But-
range.
but regardless, he would have been around after the parents were gone because the parents died when I joined the military. Because
or
my
those
dad
not your
died
memories either.
shortly after. My dad died shortly after I joined the military, and my mother died in town.
Yeah, we know that.
But
Right.
what if you don't have the right memories either?
Mhm.
Well, son of a bitch, I don't
So-
know what.
we know
is
that you
right.
have identical memories. We just don't know if you're both implanted or if you're the original.
So I could be somebody else.
Yes.
I will say that whenever the military conditioning was wiped, your memories and what you remember was corroborated by Davenport and the records and whatnot.
So everything was basically put together by Davenport. Everything.
No,
that
no,
I
no,
would-
no. For all intents and purposes, what you remember is accurate. It's more of a matter of if you're the first or if you're
The
A
50th?
part of, exactly.
a part, like if you're down the line somewhere in the sequence, or if there's something else going on entirely as far as on the timetable with when this stuff happened. Is it happened a long time ago and this dude's not remembering it correctly? Did it happen more recent and you're not remembering it quite right? But for everything that you know, your memories are 100% accurate, and he is you remade with a new name.
So
Mr. Asian, where did you do your training, if you don't mind me asking? Where were you trained at? Where would you go through boot?
I trained with my father when I was young.
For the
I joined the-
military, not about your past. When you enlisted, as in part of the process, just like I had to go through my trainings before I was stationed, and Andronicus had to do the same thing. Where were you at before you got sent to your primary duty station?
Those are horrible names.
I don't know where that is. Can you tell me?
Where do you make your duty station?
Probably in the latrine.
Right?
The-
No. Outside camp. Training camp. It's other side of the Sand Sea.
Where exactly was that? Do you have any idea? Do you have a location?
what city?
Kisar kind of elbows Clove. Do you have the exact geographical coordinates? Get the Atlas Enchantica.
Bloop.
Is that the
That's the
the
Discord
Rutcroft Ocean Fort?
Redcroft Ocean Fort.
The Rutcroft Ocean Fort.
Red
Craw.
The Rut Craw
Rut Craw.
Ocean.
Croc.
Rut.
Rut. Red.
Red.
Hell.
Brett Croft, Ocean
Huh?
Port.
Can you mark it on this map here, please, sir?
Probably not with his hands up in the manacles.
Or can you point with your nose, please?
As you hold up kind of a map of the area and kind of guide his finger, it ends up being the north end of the Sand Sea.
Okay, I'm gonna mark that.
Probably at most a few hundred miles north of where Raru Star was.
Is there anything near there? Let me see. I'll get up my maps here. Oh my God, what is this? No. Get
Oh,
out.
I'm ready today, motherfuckers. We're doing this.
I don't mean to sound dumb, but I don't.
What's happening?
In my notes that I have here, I don't have where I'm originally from.
Rayori, you were from the same, yeah. From
You are the hometown.
not
hero.
Rayori proper, but a small community around Rayori.
You are from the suburbs.
Ha ha.
More further
prefect-
out,
The
more rural.
prefecture.
One of those burbs elves.
Well, friends, seems like we got ourselves a bit of a situation here. We can, since it's not too far from here, it's really only a couple hours travel. It's only just a couple hundred miles north of where I'm from. We can go try to check out this base camp and see if we can get some more information. I mean, that's worth a shot. I mean, I don't know if we're going to get any more information out this fella. He has about as information as Dro had. And
The question I have is, should we take his head off? We don't really need two of me running around, so.
But would a spare be a bad thing?
Exactly.
Because conceivably, if you lose an arm, you have 2 extra.
I will say, as champions of Uldan, he is at your discretion. Y'all are judge, jury, and executioner.
I don't necessarily think putting an end to this feller's life is that pertinent at this point in time. Imagine if this were Andronicus at this point. He wouldn't know nothing either. I mean, if it poses a problem, I mean, we can always come back and handle it, but I don't know if, ending this fella right now is really necessary.
I could always follow wherever he leaves after this and see if he meets up with anybody.
I was simply going to request that as champions of Aldan, we can ask to have him held until further notice, and then we can check out this camp he's talking about, see what checks out, and then come back, and if everything's proper, he can be released.
I
Well,
think that's a fantastic
since
idea.
we have the idea that he has your memories, perhaps we have Davenport start working backward from here and now to try and find out where he came from. Keep him in prison, but work the back to find out where he came from. Because obviously he didn't come from where you came from.
Well, regardless, he's staying put. So I want to
Yes,
go over
this is
to
the
I want to go over to the prison guard or whoever's watching him and just tell him, like, look, this guy, he's here because we're asking him to stay here. So he gets full rations, full meals, best treatment. This is essentially his home away from home while he's kept.
And you maybe you trot him around the practice yard every so often so he doesn't cramp.
Yeah, I
As
reckon
you wish.
taking those shackles off because they're not necessary.
Just make sure he doesn't leave. That's all we're asking.
As you wish, champions. He walks past you and goes to just immediately unhook the shackles. Yeah, you hear the key and everything. Are y'all watching?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. The second he has, he's holding the shackle, like the metal part of the manacle that clasps over. He's holding it with one hand. He's working the key with the other. The second there's any kind of loose tension there, I'll see him bust out, and he makes a break for it. He's running straight at you.
I'm gonna, with everything I got, I'm gonna try and just slug him.
I want to throw my net at him. I want to throw a net at him.
Ooh.
Kizaru is going to cast Crown of Madness.
Essentially,
Net.
Okay, the net sounds like a great idea. So I would like to actually do it like this.
Net.
Let
net,
her
net.
fire her net, and I'll go in for the takedown.
I've been dying for a time to use my net.
Given the range and given the fact he's running straight at you, there's nowhere for him to really go except for just straight at you. Yeah, you net him. He's
Yes!
trips. He kind of starts to fall forward, and Andronicus, you smack into him and take him down. He's just up flat on his back. Go ahead and roll for what's Crown of Madness. Send me a Crown of Madness.
Click on it to view it.
It is in there for you, my friend.
Thank you. Must succeed on a wisdom save or become charmed by you for the duration. When the target turns away, a twisted crown of jagged iron appears on his head, and a madness glows in his eyes.
Oh shit!
It must make a melee attack on a creature other than itself that you mentally choose. Okay. Let me make a save. Let me think. That's not the right spot. I need to.
We tried to be nice.
Yeah, exactly.
We tried to
We
be
tried.
nice, and look what happens.
You rolled a 5.
Ooh,
Oh, good. You see rusted spikes of iron burst out of his forehead and just kind of wrap around into a crown. It is quite enough of that. You walk back to your cell.
High or low?
Hi.
Everybody.
Oh,
You're asking us high or low?
I want a
Do we
group
all have to say
decision,
the
high or
same
low.
thing?
I want a group decision.
Wait, what did his face look like when he said hi?
That-
I'm fine with high. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, let's get high.
Okay. Andronicus, roll me a percentile.
Oh no!
do I hit the wrong one?
Yeah, so we just failed.
By high, I meant low, you know?
If it's a 6 and a 100,
6 and a 00?
yeah.
6.
6.
Okay.
That's
6.
a low.
That's a low.
I do it to Andronicus.
No. Everything goes as fan when you tell him to get up, go walk your back, and underneath you, Andronicus, there's no movement.
There's no what?
There's no movement.
He's-
Your spell, you don't feel a connection. Like where you instantly, like when you cast it, you had just a second of a connection. You were like, go back. It instantly severed.
Ooh,
Oh, that's not good.
He's not moving.
is he
Oh,
dead?
is he about to,
Check
is he
his
about to
pulse?
turn into goo?
Roll a medicine check.
Who, me?
Mhm.
Okay. Sorry.
Who, me?
Well, I had to ask.
No, it was just a funny way you said it.
Medicine.
Of course you can have.
Oh shit, I think I killed the poor bastard. No, that's not right. That's not how that spell works.
Oh, man. You might have killed him. It's a 3 plus 3.
As you go to, like, you tackled him, you're laying on top of him, and there's a net kind of tied him up, and then you kind of go to push up, and you kind of stumble a little bit and push on him. You hear as the air kind of pushed out of his lungs, doesn't move at all. As you start to kind of check him over, now that you're actually up off of him a little bit, you see a little bit of blood start to kind of come out around his skull from the back on the
I
floor.
want to try and perform any kind of first aid that I can.
You're free to try.
I say we let it go. I think he was a fake, and whoever put the fake here, killed the fake.
Andronicus, I need you to roll a Constitution save.
Oh no, you're getting eaten by John Carpenter's The Thing.
Okay.
Add 4.
Oh,
Okay.
wait, hold on.
That's good.
Hold on. What's the +4 for again,
Because
Hutch?
of me. Yeah, it's basically 9 plus 4. You got a 13.
Hold on. And also, I'm just checking to
'Cause
see.
that just fucking took that above a 10.
I'm just trying to see if there's anything I can do with survival superiority on that. I don't think there is. I think
It's
it's unless you want to let it go.
As you notice that he's dead, maybe 30 seconds, a minute passes, and y'all are kind of sitting in there, kind of trying to decide what to do. You have a body on your hands now, and it was technically under your imprisonment, being held somewhere else, but under the champion's imprisonment. Nobody really cares. The guards are like, "Oh shit," but they don't really make anything of it because they recognize you as the champions at this point. And they're like, "Well, they did what they thought they should." Andronicus, you feel the world kind of starts to tunnel in. Everything starts to go dark for a second. You take a knee and barely hold on to consciousness. You have a +1 to wisdom. Now,
I have a what?
You just gained
Your
+1
wisdom-
to wisdom.
Your wisdom goes up by 1. As
shit.
everybody watches Andronicus to kind of on the floor, he starts to stand up and stumbles back down. And
Wow,
then
you look so much wiser.
this ethereal, ghostly energy kind of comes around him and fills up the room as it just takes over almost everything, and then it all coalesces and goes inside of him.
Was there
we
a quickening or something like that?
Really? Wow. Hadn't even thought about that one, but
I was
okay.
either gonna go with quickening or straight up. This is literally like a scene out of the movie One with Jet Li. Both.
Wow.
Well played.
Have we?
Okay.
Did we see that?
Yeah, y'all saw that. Andronicus, you are free to stand up at this point, and that it ends. There's not really any kind of effect other than just Andronicus is like
Andronicus,
stands
can
back up
you
after it
check
coalesces.
his person for any kind of necessary documents? I just feel like no one else should
Yeah.
touch this body just to be
Yeah.
safe.
I'm gonna go ahead.
You have a little ocean on your hands and knees.
It happens.
Or
I
does his
wanna-
body disappear?
I want to
Opening your eyes and looking down at what used to be you, you see a very well made, very well carved wooden body with all the same features of yours, all the same details.
Wow.
There's
Same
silver
color.
and gold and other kind of inlays all over the skin, but it's 100% a wooden person.
Do we all see this or just Andronicus?
So you're
Yes.
Pinocchio.
After he kind of steps back and you're able to see underneath him, that's what you see, where the rest of the clothes are not covering.
So I'm just gonna come out and say this, guys. The next Andronicus we see, that's not me. We need to kill it.
Why? What happened when he was killed?
I gained wisdom.
Okay.
I'm wiser. I feel it. I feel it in my bones.
I can tell you, your memories are more clear. You remember a little bit about what you did in your time in the military. You also get a vague sensation that your mom and dad and your whole childhood was not nearly 500 years ago, but much, much longer ago.
He was a Horcrux.
How long are we talking?
You're not sure.
Maybe he was a Horcrux, like your soul was split.
So I remember more essentially about that time ago with my parents alive.
What was fuzzy and unclear is more clear now than it has been in your memory.
And so I now know too that I'm older than I thought I was initially.
Yes. You're not sure
Is
how
it-
much older, but you have a
is it-
general impression that you're very freaking old.
Is it plus or minus 200 years?
I would say more.
Wow.
I would say from the sensation that you get, it's plus or minus 500 years.
I mean,
Or
maybe you have
minus
something to
500 years
do.
ish.
Friends,
You definitely have something to do with Davenport then, because Davenport's been around forever.
Not trying to sound too morbid here, but I mean, we could use materials, and I'm just saying all the coin the better. And it looks like there might be some materials we might be able to salvage from what used to be this poor feller's body. Anybody okay with me trying to get some of this stuff?
I mean, if you can sell it, sell it.
Do you think it's cursed?
I can check. I mean, I'm kind of in tune with this thing. I can see if there's any type of curse or any type of.
I would check
he thought
before
it was-
you touch it.
Kizaru was curious. Did it do this in response to him putting the crown of madness on him and heal Arcana to find out if this is what triggered this?
Roll an Arcana.
Yes.
Can I investigate why this happened?
Given your background and your area of expertise, dude died and turned into this for some reason.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, I didn't think
19?
I'd know too much about that kind of stuff.
Given your training, given your history, given what you know of the spell, what you know of the way the spell works, and the way that it impacts a person you cast it on, entirely separate from the spell.
Is there any way it could steal one of our souls if we touch it? Friends, please don't touch it. Because what if someone touches it and then you become the next Andronicus?
I'm just gonna have to kill you to get wiser.
But it looks like Andronicus. I would assume it would only work on him.
Well, I'm not gonna touch it, but
Well, we don't know what this wooden figure used to be before it was Andronicus.
okay, here's what we're gonna do. We can have the guard pick it up and take it over to the marketplace for us and see what happens. But
By the way, Kizar pulls out like a little bowl or something, and while this is playing out, he's like,
It's not a little bowl of berries that he's just been carrying around. Like it's a very, very small. In his pocket sideways, and he's like,
I want to go over to the body, and as far as it looking wooden, is it hollow?
completely solid.
So tapping on it, it sounds like it's completely solid.
It sounds like it's solid. It also roll a perception. No, roll an investigation.
I would also, DM, if I may, go over there with Hutch and take a look at it and see if there's anything that is reminiscent of my childhood as far as like the carvings on it and things like that.
Ooh, also roll an investigation. I like it.
4.
Now I'll add that to the 4 as a group effort. So you will both have a higher total.
I want to look at the guards. What are their reactions to this man just turning into wood?
They're pretty freaked out. Like he was dead, and then suddenly he's this, and
They're not
one
like,
of the
oh,
guards.
just another day in the life.
The guards are. Whenever you turn and look at the guards, like, the guards look pretty scared of y'all right now.
This is a power that all champions of Vollarune have. We tackle people, they turn to wood. Don't piss us off.
Don't ask us why it's wood. We could have turned him into a cannon. That would have been a lot more useful, but I guess we could turn him into wood.
So Hutch rolled a 4, Andronicus rolled a 20 total. As y'all are kind of expanding this, you don't see anything that you're familiar with directly. Trying to get a knock on it a little bit, get a sensation of whether or not this thing's empty. It's solid, but it's not wood all the way through. There's metals or something that inside the core that is denser than the wood. As far as markings on it, there is a marking on where the forehead would have been, and I will give you one of those.
It's a wooden golem.
Yeah. I want to take this thing apart, and I want to take the jewels and the gold.
It might be worth more as one piece.
On the other end.
I mean, it's wood.
But it is a magical construct, and that might be worth some money.
What if it deconstructs
Nice.
Andronicus in some kind of way?
Is there a way you can message that to me? I can. Here,
Just take a screenshot of the screen. Here, hold it up again. He can take a picture with his phone.
Yeah, here.
Instead of taking this thing apart, well, if obviously this thing had some type of magic that powered it, what if we keep the body, air quote, let's go with vessel, because I don't feel comfortable calling this thing a body. What if we keep this vessel and maybe try to, at some point, maybe even try to utilize it like our robot friend? Maybe
we could take
I
it
think
to
we should keep it
Vollarune.
all in one piece, for sure. I feel like touching it, dismantling it in any way, it could really endanger Andronicus. It could curse us. It could possess us.
Well, also, if we encountered one in this crazy life we live, there's a good chance we'll probably encounter a second one. So it might be wise to hold on to it, even if we just put it in a burlap sack.
No,
It should be locked up somewhere tied
Oh,
up.
we could tie it to the front of the floating petal.
You could be like our little
Like the mermaid on the front, but it's just a dead
Yeah.
body.
The figurehead.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use you
I
as
need
like
all
a.
of you to roll a history real quick, just to see how familiar and if you've had any encounters with constructs before.
We could use him as a coat hanger. Wait, what are we
11.
rolling?
History.
History.
12.
12.
13.
You've been around.
Oh no! That one.
Everybody but Andronicus, you've been around some constructs before. This thing, even compared to Polaire, is on a whole different level. Like once you start like trying to pull out something that it's like the wood is just the shell and underneath it is Polaire 2.0 kind of thing. Like it's insane.
What do you guys notice?
For Hutch and Kisar, you get the impression that much like a wooden golem, the wood takes on the appearance of what you want it to take on, but all the underneath workings of it were containment for some kind of actual soul.
It's a vessel, like I was kind of saying.
Is there a way we can take Andronicus's parts off?
What?
No, leave the parts alone.
What? Chloe,
I want to see if you're real. Come here.
What if we kill Andronicus and then we all get smarter?
We should do that.
Kiss my ass. I'll go down fighting. I'm fucking spin around with a sword and shit.
Chill out.
No, you don't think he was killing
I'm just gonna go ahead and say I think we should just bring this with us. If you all feel it's gonna do harm, I do have a few tricks up my sleeve that will make this thing disappear forever.
I'll put it in my bunk.
Forever.
Kisar wonders if perhaps, because Andronicus stumbled, did it assault you when you touched it?
What happened when you touched it, Andronicus?
Because I don't think we ever actually addressed that. He just kind of stumbled, and when we started like, let's take it apart.
I got like tunnel vision, like shit just kind of got dark and I felt like I was going faint.
But did that happen when you touch it or when you hit the ground? Like, that's what we're trying to figure out, what killed this thing, because it didn't look like he was too violent with it.
I mean, it was like as soon as I made contact and we were going towards the earth, I don't know if it was when I touched it or if when it touched the ground. It was this reaction that happened.
Had you ever touched it prior to that?
No.
The other three of you, not Andronicus, roll a medicine check as you examine the thing.
Medicine.
No, but
Actually, no, scratch that. I don't need it. Now that it's not in a elf humanoid form and it's just this material in there, there is a clear dent on where the back of the head was, where it's kind of caved in.
Oh, that's
Where its head caved in, if I want to kind of like palpate around the area behind it, is there something on the ground or anything that would show the size of roundabouts the impact that thing took to the back of the head?
Not without looking around and kind of picking it up, kind of moving it a little bit. There is where the stonework was laid.
Mm-hmm.
It's not tiled, it's stonework.
Mm-hmm.
There's just a little ledge in between the stones.
So it looks like it could have just hit its head on the corner.
Yeah.
My big thing, why would he have run? Like unless he knew something and didn't want us to find out.
But he was scared.
Andronicus, did the thing assault you in any fashion? Were you okay? Did you you had tunnel vision? But why did you have tunnel vision?
Andronicus, why did you have tunnel vision?
I had tunnel vision because, I really can't say. Sorry, I'm walking around.
It's up to you. The almost blackout was caused from the memories and all of that returning. You don't have to share that. That's up to you.
Honestly, guys, I just got to say, when I said I feel wiser, I also feel that I can remember slightly clearer. I'm getting a little bit, it's not as fuzzy as it was. Like I remember joining into the military. I remember a little bit more about my mom and dad, but it was like when that wisdom was coming back is when the tunnel vision happened.
Then Kisar wonders if perhaps it was a part of your soul that was inside the vessel.
A Horcrux.
So potentially,
Kisar does not know what the Horcrux is. What is it?
Oh, it's from Harry Potter. Lord Voldemort, or he who shall not be named, divides his soul into multiple little unassuming pieces of items.
And then a snake.
And his idea is to try to become immortal that way. But you can split your soul into different pieces.
And who is both this Harry Potter and Lord Voldemort? Kisar has never heard of them.
I'll buy you the books.
Okay. This is
You have to wait till Christmas, though.
fair.
but yeah, I don't know. I think it was when it was like all this information was coming back, and that's why I kind of blacked out a little bit. I really can't say more than that.
But
Hard to
yeah, no,
describe.
Kisar kind of wonders if perhaps somehow a part of Andronicus was in there.
I think that there's no wondering. I'd say at this point, it's almost a surefire guarantee to an extent.
That's
So
why I've been shouting Horcrux at your faces.
potentially, I am not a whole being right now. I'm still.
You are what we would call holy. You have bits missing, and that makes you a holy.
Right.
You are not complete.
You're a small bean.
You ever heard of Jarlsberg? It's a type of Swiss cheese.
So
Yes,
now
yes,
what?
I have.
Now
Well-
what? Are you taking it with you?
I think,
Well, we're going to keep this, right? But we're worried about it being dangerous. So I'm going to tie it, tell the guards to take it and have it tied to the front of the floating petal so we can keep an eye on it.
I agree.
You see the guard there. He's like, I apologize, champions. I'm on duty. Hi! And he shouts down the hallway. He's like, couple of y'all, come here. We need some help. And you
Kisar
watch
walked over.
as
Sounds
the other
good.
guards like get up close, and like one of them is just kind of sit with the end of the little spear he's got. And he's like,
Kisar walks over, picks up a tankard of water, and hands it to the first one to yell. Tell him other people look. You can't be in charge if you don't have a mug of something. Now you look official and in charge.
Like, he kind of leans back against the one of the cells as it kind of walks by, and he's just kind of like trying to stay as far away from it as possible.
Well, we got two options at this point.
Well,
can.
So sorry, but the Clove mentioned going back to Davenport, right? Is this a thing?
I mean, we could point this out to Davenport and see if we can kind of force his hand and be like, hey, so Andronicus clone turned into wood. What about that? What's that about?
I also have a feeling we probably should check out the military camp that this fellow trained at, because there potentially could be more of them.
I absolutely agree with that statement, Dro.
But
I still want to talk to Davenport, but I don't know if we should do that first.
Yeah, we might not want to show our hand yet.
Yeah,
It's also the same camp that Andronicus trained at.
let's go for a visit.
I'm sorry, was this your idea, Hutch?
No, I was gonna say we go talk to Davenport, we go to the camp,
Okay.
or that third option is our ship still needs to be fixed. So, but I'd say it's so far away that I don't think going all the way back to Voldon and coming all the way back here would be beneficial. We should take care of stuff in our
Well-
immediate proximity.
Well, in this, we could give the briefest amount of information to Davenport, leave out the key important things. On the way back to Voldon, we stop at the camp. And then
Voldon
if-
and the other area, we're headed in opposite directions. Voldon,
And we
is
but we have a
far.
flying ship.
And we can stock up on some stuff on Davenport's dime real quick before we leave town.
Also, I would remind you, since it has been a little while, Davenport was supposed to be looking into where this guy came from.
Oh yeah, let's check in with Davenport, because then we could potentially ask him, hey,
Two
he
birds,
gave
one
us a little
stone.
bit of information.
Yeah, let's not tell him everything though, like Kisar said. Before we leave, Can I kind of snoop around the ground where wooden Andronicus used to be and see if there's any kind of like remnants or scorch marks, or is it
As
just?
far as anything else, any kind of
Oh, sorry.
you're fine. Any kind of discolorations of the stone, any kind of liquids or anything like that, it's all like even the blood that was there has disappeared at this point.
The blood disappeared. Ooh.
It's just a wooden statue at this point.
Gisard turns around and looks at the guards that are on duty and says, "You will speak of this to no one, other than to say that the champions of Aldon have taken the prisoner."
Roll persuasion.
You're okay, Lucy.
Because these guys are pretty freaked out.
The pups
24.
are too.
The of course champions. I would not dream of. I do not want to even think about this. He kind of just sits there and he's holding the cup of water and he's like,
Your discretion's appreciated and maybe rewarded in the future.
He kind of nods his head and just stays pretty quiet as y'all walk out. The other two that were carrying it out and pretty much the exact same way. They're like really freaked out and kind of weirded out by this thing because they saw a dude come in, but this wooden statue's carving is coming out and it's heavier than it should be, and they're like, we ain't saying anything. We don't know what happened.
All right, let's go see the man about the clone.
Everybody's favorite character.
It's time for Davenport. It's time for Davenport.
And his name is Mr. Davenport. Dun, 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 dun.
Somewhere
You can't see him.
beyond the sea, Davenport's there waiting for me.
I want to wait for Clove to come back for this. Oh, she's still here. Good. As y'all are on your way to Davenport,
Musical interlude.
Clove, you see a couple times along the way, you see this person kind of, as you walk by, it kind of catches the corner of your eye. You're kind of hunched over, kind of trying to avoid being seen. And the second time you see it, she flashes the sigil and puts it back down.
Okay, I'm gonna walk up faster to meet up with Hutch and be like, I think we're being trailed. I'm gonna double back and see what's going on, but I'll meet you guys there in a minute.
Do you want a hand or are you okay?
I operate best alone, friend.
Wait,
Copy that.
Gisard is very stealthful and good with the pointies.
But
We're gonna
I'm
go ahead and just leave her to what she's taking care of. I feel like she's got some business she's taking care of. Let's just let her go do her thing, and we'll reconvene at Davenport's office. Is that good with you, Clove?
Yeah, it won't take me long. I just think we're being followed.
Copy that. All right. Well, we'll catch
So
up
I
later.
kind of slink back into the crowd the opposite way and kind of loop back around behind that person.
Yeah, you keep walking with them for a little bit, and you kind of break off and go down a side street and work your way back around and come back up the same street until you see her again. You kind of duck in with her. What you see after from the distance, you had a hood down, couldn't really tell much. And once you get up close, she kind of hands you the sigil and says, "Valeka sent me." She takes her cowl down, dragonborn, very kind of small, maybe like 5'2" total height, very dark copper coloring. Immediately, you notice one of her arms right above the elbow has been replaced with a prosthetic. Kind of skeletonized looking, but it's matches the color of her skin, different coppers and golds and everything. Very nice clockwork made. Functions, from what you can tell, is she's using it like a perfect hand. The second thing you notice immediately, she's bleeding badly from her abdomen. Very well dressed, has jewelry, earrings, choker, bracelets, like very high society kind of looking, except for the hood.
The second
And I don't
glove break.
recognize her?
No, you don't recognize her.
Okay.
The second clove breaks away. Kisar kind of looks at the other two and goes, Kisar thinks that we are not being followed, but that perhaps she has a young gentleman friend.
Perhaps she does. But that's not our business, is it?
No, you are right. It's fine. It's fine.
You're very
After
observant. I
she
give you
says
that.
that, Valeka sent me. She kind of reaches behind her and she pulls out a couple of black candles.
Thank you so much. Are you okay? You're bleeding from your abdomen.
The guild's been attacked. The storehouses have been destroyed.
Oh my god.
Valeka is under protection. Silas is missing.
No, it's Thursday. I do this on Thursdays.
Do you need medical assistance? I want to offer her some kind of medical assistance, like to try to stop the bleeding and stuff.
This is important.
Okay.
Valeka's been wounded. He said it was Silas.
Oh my god. Do we know why he would have done this?
We don't know. Nobody's heard from him or seen him. They'll be coming for you.
Who's they?
She kind of coughs up blood. Silas's people. They know you worked with Valeka. You'll be on the list. And then she coughs up more blood.
Damn.
How can I help you? You're refusing any kind of medical assistance.
She kind of slumps over and kind of falls to the ground.
I try to hold her up.
Just go. Take this, and she hands you the sigil.
Is there anyone you want me to send a message to for you, or anything at all I can do for you? Anything else you can tell me?
She's gone.
She died? This is so sad.
She snuck away.
So sad. I don't want to leave her body there.
Cover her eyes.
I want to use my comm system to speak with everyone really quick and be like, look, you guys, there's some things about my past I'm going to fill you in about in the future, but there is an emergency right now. Someone from my family has shown up. I don't recognize them, but they're from a family I deal with, and they're dead now. I don't know what to do with the body.
Where are you? Where are you?
Hello? Who is this? Who is talking?
I'm where am I? I don't know where I am.
You can just say you tell us where you are. I mean, I think that's
Yeah, you can just kind of walk them.
I'm in front. I'm a block away on the right.
You kind of walk them back from where you split off, and then you kind of give them directions on how to find you. While this is going on, you kind of her off to the side a little bit and take the hood that she's wearing, kind of untie it, kind of drape it over her to where it just looks like there's something there, but it may not. Just kind of whatever. You just kind of hang out there waiting for a minute.
While
have
I'm waiting, can I respectfully search her body for any kind of clues as to like who she is or?
Yeah, absolutely. Under inspection and everything, one of the bracelets has an engraving on the inside of it that says Vosgo.
What is that?
Vosgo. Vosgo.
As we start heading back, hey, Klov, you have your token that marks you as a champion of Ardon?
Yes.
Have it handy, because if the guards find you standing over a body, there might be confusion.
Yes.
As you're looking her over and everything, that you kind of nicely kind of pull the top part of her clothing up and kind of just to look at where the wound was, and it goes all the way almost to her backbone. Like you really don't know how she walked that far.
Yikes.
Are we there yet?
I wanna try to grab whatever jewelry or stuff off of her, just out of respect, and if I meet her family someday, I want to be able to give those to them.
Pockets. Okay. Yeah.
Can we approach about
for
after
sure.
she
You can.
finishes?
Yes. About the time you get done, kind of taking the valuables and everything respectfully, just for one
Give me
reason
those
or
damn
another.
boots.
Everybody kind of walks up, and you're just kind of hanging
It's not
there.
like that.
You're just kind of standing there, kind of right beside this body that you covered up. You've pulled out your sigil in your signet ring, and you've put it on, and you're just waiting.
As I'm walking up, seeing the body on the floor, what is it dressed in? Is it cloak, like traditional black rogue cloak kind of gig?
What you see right now is what you would traditional cloak, very large enough to cover it completely covering, just kind of draped over. And when you kind of peek under it, very formal attire. It could have been at a ball kind of thing. That could have been at some kind of meeting. Very high culture, high society, very thing. Same thing I described earlier. The claw is there, dragonborn clearly.
So I'm going to jump ahead of anyone saying anything, and I'm just going to say, as you would assume, I'm a rogue. I've dealt with this family. These are the people that trained and raised me. I didn't want to bring it into the conversation just because if people don't need to know, they don't need to know. Andy. And then my cell phone rang.
What? No, what?
It's the gods!
Ah!
Run!
But this
You've
family,
made them angry.
it seems like they've had a split, and now apparently they're coming from me. So now it's time to tell you. Out of respect, I've taken her family jewelry and heirlooms, and I hope to represent them to her family someday. But for now, I mean, should we leave her body here, or should we go? She said that they're coming for me.
That is
like
up
you can
to
see
you.
Hutch, he's getting like a little red clove. I'm gonna ask this very, very nicely.
Just because you're sneaky, aren't you?
This group that you're a part of, you guys have like a symbol, right? You have like a seal or something, right?
Yeah.
Can you show it to me, please? You can keep it. I just want to see what it looks like.
I mean, I will show it to you, but you must understand that these fancy black candles that you're asking for come from this group. So
that's fine, but there's a reason that I'm asking, and you and I had a conversation about this earlier. Just please, just show me what that seal looks like. I'm not. My hands are up. I'm like, just show me.
Well, I'll show it to you, but understand that we both work for opposite forces, but that doesn't need to affect who we are. So I show it to him.
You don't recognize it.
You see Hutch take a deep breath and kind of like sigh for a minute and say, I don't know if you remember the conversation you and I had, but me and my brother were attacked. He was murdered by a rogue group of rogues, I guess, or something like that.
I mean, I remember our conversation, but the sheriffs go around killing people every day.
Yeah, but we were attacked and killed in our sleep, and we were just minding a trade route. We were just watching it for passersby and just watch the area. We're essentially just guarding it, and we got attacked, and he got murdered in his sleep, and I got away. And I prayed to whatever it is that is holy, or whatever gods are in this world, that symbol was not that symbol, and it was not.
Oh, Hutch? Hutch?
Huh?
We need to talk.
Alana?
That's it. It's gone.
Yeah.
I present Hutch with the 2 black candles, and I say, I've had my differences with sheriffs, and I don't like them very much. You've crossed me a couple times, and now you tell me a sad story about your brother being murdered by a rogue. I can't say I sympathize with you too much, but here are the candles you asked for. Remember that I did this for you. It takes a lot to ask favors of my family.
I appreciate it.
Cool.
In case I was kind of just like, no, nothing to see here, just a dead body. Keep going.
Sorry about that.
So
my mother.
I feel like we should probably get the F out of there soon because someone's coming for me. We should probably go.
Do you want to make
You
this?
asked this of me on the day of my daughter's
Do you
wedding.
want to make this body disappear? I can make this disappear. It's going to be loud, but I can. It's going to be very loud.
What
but I
time
can
of
make
day
this
is it?
body disappear.
I don't want to call attention to us very loudly when someone's coming for me, so I'd prefer not to do that. I mean, we could just make a note of where this body is and see if we can revisit it after Davenport. I don't know who this person is. I mean, they could be lying to me. I don't know. I don't know
Somebody's
this
bound to
person.
find it. Why don't we just say we found a dead body here walking around? I mean, I'm sure it happens all the time.
Is there a fireplace inside the building or room we're in?
We're out on the street.
If
Oh.
you report this dead body, I should not be around just to be safe
Get
because
out
we
of
have
here.
some
Just leave.
relationship.
Disappear, and we'll meet you at Davenport's.
As
Well-
far as on the street, y'all are kind of in not quite to Midtown Gate. Y'all are still in Low Town. It's. I'm gonna be wrong here, but I want to say, y'all see Davenport out. Talked to Davenport. Came back. It was pretty dark. Y'all interrogated him, so it would be. Streets are pretty bare. It's pretty much like middle of the night right now.
I'm gonna say, okay, so how about I run ahead and scope out Davenport's. You all figure out what to do with this body, and I'll meet you there.
I would say if people are coming for you, then perhaps safety in numbers, that you stay with us. As for this body, not to be this unkind, sorry, this is the word I was looking for, to be unkind and disrespectful to the body, but we just go.
Yeah, she did tell me to just go.
Just leave it.
And then we seriously, as we go, rethink the calling on Davenport, because if they are coming for you, perhaps we should get the hell out of here.
I kind of kneel by the body and just take a moment of respect for her, and I tell her thank you for her warning, and we go.
Okay. Y'all
Kisar
are
has
waiting
Kisar-
until the next day, maybe.
Somebody talk.
Go ahead.
Y'all are waiting till the next day, maybe, to go see Davenport. Then I take it.
Well, Kisar had a thought that the terminal on both the floating petal, and Polar back at Voldan can be used to contact Davenport, and we could simply inform him, going X, see you Y.
Yeah, we definitely can, because we asked before if there's a way to
That's a good
contact that way, and we definitely can message each other.
That's a very good idea. Let's just get the F out of here and contact Davenport all at once.
And we should actually.
What about
go-
Flynn? Flynn's missing.
Well, on the way to Voldon, we can think about Flynn and where he may be. We can contact Davenport, and then once we get there, we can have Polaire do the reinforcements on the ship, and then we can go check out. Bless you. We can go check out the military camp.
Well, or until we know, we go to the military camp. On the way, we contact Davenport. If he has vital information, we're still in country, we come back. If
And
there's
while we're
nothing,
talking about this, we're walking to the ship, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely. Y'all are
Cool.
walking around,
Um,
meandering.
and then if he has information on the location of Flynn, we can go there. If there is no information at all, we go back to Voldan and get the repairs made.
On our walk back, I want to cloak up and just kind of disguise my appearance a bit. I also want to kind of, be keeping a watch on our 360, kind of like checking around, kind of doubling back sometimes, looking to see if we're being followed.
Clove, I have an idea on the perfect disguise. I pick her up and put her on Andronicus's shoulders.
And put her
Yeah,
cloak.
they're looking for a little person, and you are much taller now.
And I put her cloak over my shoulders,
Classic.
so nobody knows that she's on my shoulders.
And kind of wrap the top of your cloak around her waist, so it looks like it's draping over your shoulders, just like one continuous.
Disguised as a backpack.
100%.
Real quick,
Y'all
while
look
we're
like
on
the
the
little
subject,
kids who like stack up 3 tall and have like the really tall
I
body.
think
with a
I
little
should
bitty
just-
head.
I think I should just disguise as like a backpack. I could just be like
um,
Yoda.
But
So I don't think I ever talked about what my character looks like visually,
Mhm.
but off the little character icon that I have in Fantasy Grounds,
Yeah.
kind of like that, but I see myself as a little bit more yoked, like the biggest elf you've ever
Robust.
seen. Like I worked
Oh,
out
boy.
way too much for a
Oh, you
long
don't know
period
yet.
of time.
But
You
makes
have
sense.
been
Okay.
working out this whole time.
I know.
That
which is
tracks.
bullshit.
Surprisingly.
But just like a larger build of an elf.
Okay.
That's how I see myself. Obviously, I have a beer belly.
Does
in
that
real
help me
life.
hide somehow?
No, well, yeah, but no.
He's big enough you could pretty much hide on his person,
Yeah,
given your size.
you just hang on my back.
Cool. I'm gonna.
Under the cloak.
Yeah.
Let's get the hell out of here.
Okay. So,
We're going to the Flying Pedal. We're contacting Davenport,
Going to the camp.
and we're going to the camp.
Yes.
And then we'll have a nice cup of coffee on the couch.
and then on the way, we'll see if Davenport has uncovered any information about Flynn.
As well as potential other Andronicus's.
Yes. Okay, it's a damn fine idea. Get in the boat. Let's go.
And make sure not to tell Davenport too much up front. We want to see what he admits to knowing.
Yeah, don't mention anything about people after Clove. And
No. Yes, Kisar has the idea.
It's time for an alias. What's my name going to be? Rosemary.
Fancy bottom. Petunia Fancy
Fancy
bottom.
Clove, rosemary. I like it. Okay. I see what you're doing. You're doing
Petunia
the Dragon Ball
Fancy
naming
Bottom.
thing.
Sage.
Sage.
You're doing the Dragon Ball naming thing where one
Trunks,
whole group of
Bulma, tanks.
one whole group of bad guys is like the Spice Boys,
Yeah.
like Garlic,
Kakarot.
Garlic Jr.
Nappa.
My name's
They're
Scary.
all
Now.
Pepper. Yeah.
Next, I'll be Baby.
Um,
Then I'll be Sporty.
yeah, Bibbidi Bobbidi and Boo. Like, yeah,
Mhm.
okay. I see you. Ugh.
You could be oregano.
Ooh, oregano.
I think that actually was one.
Basil.
So y'all are back on the ship. Y'all are pull it out of port and wait until you're a little ways away from town. Put it in the air. Y'all are wherever you want to go. Again,
As we leave, I'm keeping a close eye on whether we're being followed.
I will say that y'all have at this point left Flynn to his own devices.
We will inquire about Flynn when we talk to Davenport.
That's fine.
Kisar would recommend that while Clove pilots the craft, if Hutch and Andronicus would make a sweep of the ship to make sure that we have not picked up any passengers.
Yep.
My name's Rosemary now.
I'm
On
sorry.
that cue, let me send a message real quick, and we'll have this
Oh.
other. No, I'm kidding. It'd be really cool if I had somebody to pull in, but I don't.
Yeah, we'll check the ship.
And then Kisar will go down to the terminal and start messaging Davenport.
Send a pretty generic message about what is all went on. You leave out some pretty incriminating or specific things of your discretion. You can just send me a message with kind of what you send him. Ship's pretty clear. Nothing's been touched. There's some. It's a little dirty where the foot traffic was bringing stuff on and off, and the supplies are kind of strapped to one side, but everything's pretty tip top.
What if we tell Davenport that the imposter Andronicus tried to escape, died, and fell down and hit his head, but not that he turned to wood?
Kisar was merely going to say that we have taken him with us. Because in essence, we have.
So
Yeah.
not even tell him he's dead?
No. This
We
is
just-
not important. He is with us. That is all he need know.
Okay.
We are going to the camp.
We should all just know what story we told, so
No, Kisar will tell everyone.
we as in me.
Rosemary.
So-
Kisar will. My dear new shipmate, Rosemary. Kisar will inform you.
As the kids say, pizza kiss.
After doing the ship scour and stuff like that, I'm just gonna wander off on my own to the my quarters, and set up the candles, sit in a circle, and start conducting my ritual.
Okay. Are you doing the full ritual, or are you just trying to have an audience? Like, are you trying to just reach out and have an audience, or are you doing like the full ritual to?
She said she needed to talk. The least amount of stuff I can do to be able to have the conversation with her. I don't need to have like the full experience, but I gotta pee.
With her kind of reaching out, she wouldn't be able to manifest per se, but even without the candles, just the incense, you could.
Voices, no touchy touchy.
Okay, cool. All right, go ahead and let them do what they gotta do. I'm gonna pee real quick.
Yeah.
No
He
VR.
starts setting up the scented candles, heating up the motion lotion, and he goes, "Oh, you know what? I'm not in the mood for all this. I'll just call her."
It's been a
Oh,
long
baby, how
day.
you
I'm
doing?
tired. Got a little bit of a
welcome.
headache.
Also, you're welcome.
Shoulders kind of sore.
I paid good money
for
to get
those
those
candles.
candles.
So, yeah, you send the
Somebody
message.
go see favors.
Go ahead and head back up top deck. Take over sailing for the night, or until you find a safe place to kind of land, put in, and hunker down for the night. And get the rest yourself. Well, hello, kitty. Meow.
Moose.
Don't step
I
on
am your new overlord. Look upon me in fear.
This is
Ooh,
the
string.
monster that attacks our ship. With
Are you
candles.
going to sail through the night, or are you going to find a little spot, a
Um,
kind of secluded area to?
yeah, I
hunker
think
down
we're
and get
I
some
think we're
rest?
gonna just because we didn't have our normal rotation. Yeah, in case there are things that we are not so far from civilization that it would be good to rest for the night.
Yeah, I don't think we need to be in any hurry, and if we hang tight in one space, we can see if someone's following us too.
Yes.
I'm a little paranoid about that.
I'll stand guard the first shift.
Yeah, I think if y'all do like a pretty standard shift rotation, y'all will be absolutely fine. Just from finding it, making your way away from town to you can just kind of see the glow off in the distance, and just finding a nice secluded cove or something like that on the ocean front would be fine. Andronicus, is there anything you want to do on this night?
Do we see any cute baby dragons?
I would like to. I don't know if this is possible, but just bear with me.
I like the impossible.
I kind of want to do a really deep meditation when it comes my turn to rest, and see if there's like literal pieces. Like if I can enter my mind in a way that I can see there's areas specifically missing. I want to try and do a deep meditation and see if I can tell if there are other Andronicuses out there.
Roll me a wisdom with
It's a good thing you got that bump.
with
Say
true
that again?
advantage. True advantage.
Roll 2d20s. Take the higher.
For wisdom?
Yep.
I like it. 11. Give me one more. 15. Okay. You're stretching out, reaching out, trying to remember how I'm almost as you sit there and you meditate and kind of go back over your own history and these new things that have come up that are not your personal memories, but your memories from a time that you've forgotten before you even were born, kind of thing. The mind kind of drifts from yourself after kind of going over everything that you can remember about yourself to the wood doll, and as you're thinking about that and meditating on that and everything that happened in the cell, you reach out and almost ask the question just to the nothingness of the ethereal, just is there more? And when you do that, you get this sensation that hits you really hard that, yeah, there's more. There's a lot more. There's at least 10 to 20 more the pieces of your soul out there.
So it's like the anti-Pokemon. You have to go out and not catch them all. You
Kill 'em.
Kill them all.
You don't get any kind of inclination of where they are.
How many total?
10 to 20.
Somewhere between 10 and 20 at this point. When you're kind of lost in this sensation of being able to feel other parts of you out somewhere in the world and across the void, and around the time that one realizes that there's more of us, I'm not alone, as another one of you realizes the same thing, and in the ethereal looks like face to face looks directly at you and it snaps you out of it, and it's morning for you.
Damn.
And this for the guy who didn't really have much of an idea on his background and what he wanted to do with it, and just said, "Hey, have some fun, go wild."
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I got you.
Damn. Who's awake right now?
Dangerous words.
Nobody. Right, you're the first one awake. It's like bright and early dawn for you.
Well, one of us is
so-
on watch, right?
We're gonna go to Hutch, who was doing his little meeting real quick.
Not the full experience, though.
Alana, are you there? Kokoth? God damn, so many names starting with C's.
Hey, I got nothing to do with your ex-girlfriend fantasies.
Clove, get
Yeah.
out from under my bed. Go
Yes.
away.
I'm like,
time.
I'm scary now, and I scurry away like a rat.
It takes a little bit of time of you reaching
on my
out, but you're
toes.
able to, from the incense burning and everything, and doing not the full ritual, but everything of the ritual minus the candles. You're able to kind of form a connection mentally. Oh, Hutch! Oh, you got back to me quick. Oh, this is good. This is good.
You said you needed to speak to me.
You told me to find answers. I think I found some.
Well, before you go into the answers you found, let me hit you with some facts that I've recently found that maybe you can kind of bring some clarity to.
Okay. Sure.
So, as it turns out, Davenport was definitely there at my death, and I've been informed by him as to why he was there. He had made a deal with your mother to basically guarantee safety of his continent, his area, by making a sacrifice every couple hundred years. And unfortunately, I drew the short straw on that, and I was the sacrifice.
You can blame me. It's my fault. I got too attached. It was not you. It was punishment for me.
What do you mean by that?
My mother who wants me to help them to break the wheel, and I don't want anything to do with it. I told her no. I left, and it's punishment. I was left to be with you, and in response, Rosario decided to remove what I wanted.
So I was forcefully picked then, essentially? Did they basically make it happen to where I was supposed to be, it was supposed to hit you where it hurt, so to speak?
I was asked to run an errand for them, and instead of you coming home to an empty home and me coming home later, I didn't expect she would take it this far. She was there instead of me, and I'm sorry.
And that's when I basically thought I was running into you, but it turns out it was actually your mother, and she essentially killed me.
I don't speak to my mother now. I haven't spoken to her in a long time. It took me quite a while to find where she put you, and now that I have you back, she will not take you from me again.
I am very grateful, and I do believe you in what you are saying, because everything that I've experienced basically goes hand in hand with what you're saying. But there's one small piece of the puzzle that is kind of a big deal that isn't really being kind of brought to the table. Within that contract that was written that I could read, which I could assume is in part of the abilities that you've helped bestow upon me. I am essentially the clause of that contract. With my death, that area was supposed to be protected, and the Raori is not supposed to be hurt, not supposed to be damaged, not supposed to be besieged by these things that are flying out of what looks to be time and space, essentially. But the problem is now is I am back, which where I come from makes that contract void. So what is going to happen now?
The contract, the bargain will stand. I have paid the share.
What do you mean you
And when
paid?
she says this, she kind of, Alana, you see like one of the wings of your visage that you can take kind of come up behind her, and it's broken like right above her shoulder.
What happened? I'm confused. You also cut out. I didn't hear you when you said that, actually.
So the wings that you can, the ethereal wings that you
Yeah.
can make come up your cowl, as it were. You kind of see kind of the same thing take over her, and where one of the wings would be, it's broken off right above her shoulder.
So what has happened? Are you the sacrifice now?
I have paid the equivalent of the price of your soul.
Ooh.
You are worth one wing.
Well, now I'm
That's
worth
why
two.
That's why
Nope.
That's why Hutch is able to be here. She took it in his place.
So are you alive? Are you even alive? Were you alive? Are you here? Are you dead? I'm so confused about this whole situation, this agreement that you and I have.
So what you're asking me to do as a DM right now is explain to a piece of paper, like a stick man on a piece of paper, that there is a third dimension and a fourth dimension that is time and that kind of stuff, because she's on a whole different realm of existence.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah. It's it would just confuse you more if I tried to explain. Just I am alive, and I hope to one day have time to heal and to one day join you again.
All right. Is there any other information that you want to pass along? Because this whole situation, it's pretty chaotic.
From what I know of the man, Davenport's, while limited in his scope, is trustworthy for his cause. He's not what anybody thinks. He has his own secrets. And I hope that someday he can be at peace as well.
All right. Well, I mean, thank you for confirming everything that we had kind of figured out.
Where's your friend?
Which friend?
Your other friend. I feel the others, but one is missing.
Oh, you mean Flynn, the guy that's kind of not all there? He kind of wandered off on his own, and we couldn't find him, and we don't know where he's at.
Alive?
As far as we know, maybe. Not confirmed dead.
Okay. Thank you. If you need me,
I will reach out if there's anything else that that I feel you can help me with. I do appreciate your time, and
There's not on a second date.
I do, right?
Too complicated.
Swipe
Too
right.
complicated. Your
Swipe
family
left.
And here's Hutch like trying to like distance
They
himself from
murdered
this
me.
like
I
weird
did that.
relationship with this thing that
She
might be dead or alive.
oh, it's alive.
Yeah.
It's just
Uh,
it's entirely weird.
It's a
Complicated.
super
That's
weird relationship.
Like, legitimately, you're trying to date Sephiroth right now.
No, I'm not. Sephiroth's trying to date me.
Oh.
She's like, call me, okay?
Okay, if you need anything, I'm here.
But as she walks away, Sephiroth.
We're taking tea breaks real
So,
quick. Sorry.
as if you need anything, and you're like, yeah, you get kind of awkward, and she's like, oh, okay.
I say before you
ask.
leave,
I'm-
I gotta put my cards on the table here, Alana. Like, I understand, and I don't mean to upset you. I understand that you and I we had our time and we had our place, and I adore and I loved every minute of that. But where we're at now, I feel like our relationship has taken this weird turn, and then we're not even on the same field anymore.
Are you breaking up with me? No.
Oh my god.
No. I'm not going that far yet.
They're just babbling.
That's fine. You deserve to be alive. You were a good man, and I want to make sure that stays.
I appreciate that.
I've brought you something back, and I hope it's not too much. And with that, you feel the connection kind of fade and is lost. And as you open your eyes from this meditative state, in front of you, on top of the incense burner, just kind of perched, kind of at an angle facing you, is the badge of your brother.
And a picture of you sleeping.
I pick up the badge, kind of like hold it in my hands and attune it to myself, and I'm gonna use that as my focus for my abilities going forward.
I'll say that you're without much issue, just like a little necklace kind of chain, and you can attach it to whatever you want to. Just put a little hole in it and attach it to whatever. So.
Excellent. Close my eyes. Say thank you.
And at that, you feel rested enough. You go relieve Andronicus for him to get some rest as well. You take next watch. Clove. You wake up to a knock on your door. And
Me?
after you go lay down. Yes.
Who's on watch right now?
I just tagged out Andronicus.
Right now, it's somewhere. It's either Andronicus or Hutch. Kizaru is going to take the last watch, but it's one of those two. You lay down. It like when you first wake up, it's like, oh, I haven't been asleep that long. Ugh. So it's probably been on like a couple hours, and you hear a knock on your door. I will say, just nobody else hears this.
Can I get on the comm and just quickly alert whoever's on watch?
Sure.
I'm gonna get on the comm and notify whoever's on watch. Like,
We'll say Hutch is on watch.
okay, cool. So Hutch is dealing with all of that, and then gets a comm call from me like, "Hey, yo, someone's knocking on my door. You know where I'm at."
Okay. Can
you
I
hear the knock again really hard? I sent you a message.
Oh, yes, you
Me?
did. All right. Oh, I got a message.
Oh,
Okay.
Clove, you hear the knock again. It's a little more insistent.
at this point, I know that Hutch is on his way, and I'm gonna be. What's in the room that I can kind of use as cover? Can I duck behind like a piece of furniture or something?
I'm pretty sure there's a little bit of just moving area where you can, like, just generally get your bearings. There would be kind of a clothes dresser armoire on one side and on the foot of the bed, and then there's your own personal bed. But then there's just a little bit of room to move around, but there's not really a place to hide on the ship inside the living rooms.
I'm gonna grab the armoire and kind of like tilt it perpendicular to the door. I'm gonna ready my bow, and I'm gonna say, "Identify yourself."
When you do, from underneath the door, the sigil slides under.
And I'm gonna repeat, "Identify yourself."
Okay. Under. It takes a second, and there's just a little bit of a delay, and then a sigil with the seal of Silas slides under the door.
Girl, I'm gonna message Hutch and with a communicator like quiet enough that they can't hear it through the door, and I'll be like, the person that I was warned would be coming for me. He's here. His name is Silas. And then I'm gonna shout out loud, "Do not come in yet. There's some things I need to talk to you about. They said that you're missing and that you've killed somebody."
Mr. Superman, not here. No.
No.
After you say this, you see Need a
A
second.
bright green light, and a giant basilisk comes out and eats me.
Not the way I expected this to go.
What was I supposed to do?
Am I?
No, you're fine. You're fine. I, like 100%.
My
this
bow's
could've went
ready.
many-
I'm like,
Am I safe?
Yes, you are. Everybody's asleep except for the person piloting the boat and
Nope,
me at
don't
the moment.
Yep. No, the boat's not being piloted.
Or
He set
oh,
it
then
down for the
everybody's
night.
asleep
Yep.
except for me holding watch. Then
we're
Do
chilling.
you still have those symbols I sent you?
Say what?
The symbols.
Samson.
Symbol.
I want to talk to Samson. You see that? You see that?
The thieves' camp?
And then you see
What am I seeing?
on the back of your door, as you're watching the door, you see like a fire etching almost starting to take place. And on the back of the door, you see these 3 symbols. And I'll actually just send a picture in a second.
Triangle, dot, 3 dots.
Hold on, let me draw this
I'll send you a picture.
triangle.
Slice of pizza, ampersand, and some weights.
I'll send you a picture.
What was the last one?
He's,
0.
I'll
he's
send
sending pictures.
Okay.
With that, you hear one final thunk, thunk, and that's all you hear.
I freeze time for a second while I try to decipher these symbols.
Yes, we can.
The picture is really small and I can't read the
Oh,
I
that's
need
fine. I'm gonna send you a
to-
message.
open link. Won't let me look at it closer.
You might be able to Google it. Let me see.
I can't zoom in on it.
On the bottom of the picture, if you click on the picture on the bottom, it'll say "Open Original."
Oh, okay. Open
And that
original.
will get you the original picture.
Ah, zoomies.
And let me get that sent to you just real quick. There you go. And there you
Don't look at this, Andy.
I'm sorry.
Andronicus is cheating. I don't look at your notes.
It's
look at my paper.
it's on the internet. What can I say?
go.
Why Candy's looking at the symbols? He's not even supposed to be there.
I'm sleeping.
When you were calling for Hutch, was it loud enough? Like, was it loud or was it just through the comms?
Well, when you were in their thing, you started like yelling. You're like, ah, rah, rah, rah. You said you were yelling, and he's trying to see how loud you're being.
Oh, I'm being loud enough that he could hear me through the door.
Okay.
I don't know how thick the door is, or
Well, no, when you were talking to Hutch, you were communicating.
no. I said I was being quiet.
Right. But you were being pretty loud to whenever you were addressing him through the door.
Yeah, when I spoke
you can
to
roll a perception.
the
Yeah, Hutch, you can
Silas
roll a
Sigil person, I was loud, but when I spoke to Hutch, I was quiet.
It's quiet. It's the middle of the night. You're on watch. There's not really supposed to be anything going. Everybody else is. You assume they're asleep.
Did I get the picture? Okay. Oh, okay. The last image is not what I thought it was. Let me look up this word.
That's a 15 on that perception check.
I will say that you hear. You're sure it was Clove, and you have the impression something's wrong.
Okay. I tried using my comms, my little comm dude out of my ring, and ask if she can hear me.
You don't get a response.
I start walking towards her quarters and trying to stay as close to the shadows, but out of line of sight from her door the best I can.
When you get into the hallway of the bedrooms, you kind of walk your way down. There's nobody there. You kind of walk your way down a little bit. You don't hear anything coming from Cloven at this point.
I would ask Silas. I'm going to say, hey, are you Silas? And who's watching me?
You hear this plain as day.
And there's just no response, and there's nothing
No,
outside her door.
Hutch, you hear this plain as day.
Yeah.
You're far enough, like you're close. There's nothing outside her door.
I walk up. I mean, kind of just like sit there, and then I pop my pistol, and I'm just kind of walking with it towards the door, and then once I get close, I say potatoes.
I'm gonna say,
Mashed.
is there nothing out there?
Potatoes and mashed unicorn. It's just me. There's nobody here. You can open the door. It's safe as far as I can see. It's just me. And I use telepathy and say, I'm really outside the door.
Is the print still on the door at this point?
Currently, yes.
Had I seen any kind of feet underneath like the little gap of the door in the floor or anything
No.
prior to Hutch?
From your experience, with you denying entry, pretty much the guild uses, or the gallery uses doors as planar portals. So with you denying entry and not opening the door, not saying you can come in, that kind of thing,
Ow.
there was no completion of the spell. So he was never necessarily
Never
outside the
really-
door. He was
okay.
somebody else, but he's using a door
shoot.
to access
Okay.
the second Matrix movie where they can kind of use any door to get anywhere.
Yeah.
Like that with a ritual, but you didn't pay for it and you didn't ask him to come here.
Okay, so I still think it was probably best I didn't let Silas come in because I don't know what the hell that mess is about. I'm gonna let Hutch come in. But I'm gonna keep my bow ready, and it's gonna be pointed right at his skull when he walks in.
As you
in.
kind of, the door swings in, where the markings on the door would be is now against the wall. The only thing you see in front of you is Hutch in the hallway.
There's nobody here.
You see Clove kind of hunched back with her bow drawn on the door. Kind of, she's shifted the armoire kind of as a barrier, and she's like peeking around it.
Are you all right?
I mean, I was warned by this person. I don't know that Silas, my point of contact from my group, is coming to get me, and someone bearing his sigil and the sigil of our group just identified themselves at the door, telling me that our gang headquarters is closed and we're being watched.
Small, very small. Silas is the guild master.
Guild master.
Yeah.
Valek is the one Valek is your handler.
Why? Okay.
Hold on one moment.
Mhm.
How do you spell his name? Valek?
Valeka and Silas. So
If you look it up under the maps, there's pictures
they do have pictures.
Okay,
with
I'll
that
grab
the
it.
name's spelled out.
No. Okay. Maps. Uncategorized. Thank you, Fran. So Valeka wasn't he murdered? Was Valeka murdered by Silas?
Vosgo's told you that Valeka had been injured by Silas
Valeka is
and was now under protection.
by Silas.
The way that she had framed it was that Silas had turned on the guild.
So
I convey this to Hutch.
So let me see if I get this right. So at some point, the head of your guild or your squad or your crew has basically turned on the leader, turned on everybody else. That's what you're being told essentially?
Yeah, according to someone I do not recognize. I don't know why they didn't say the point of contact that I would have recognized, but when I saw Silas's symbol, I didn't want to let him in. I don't know what would have happened. I don't want to endanger the rest of our crew, like they raised me, but at the same time, like you guys are kind of my family right now, so I don't really know.
Do you have any reason to believe that Silas, just correct me if I get these names mixed up, but Silas, do you have any reason to believe why he would turn on people that he cared about? Like, how tight were y'all?
I mean, last time I saw him, he said that he trusted Davenport. And if we believe Davenport is trustworthy and Silas trusts Davenport, but we also don't know how we feel about Davenport. I mean, it's a whole web of confusion here.
When
I
she
mean,
says-
he gave me some information on us being champions of Aldan, but
As
not
soon
much.
as she mentions Davenport, I close the door right behind me. as soon as I close the door, I'm like, I had a conversation with Kokoth. She's basically saying that we need to trust Davenport as well.
I mean, Kokoth gave you those killer guns, so I can't imagine an enemy would give you such a powerful weapon.
I mean, you're not wrong. I don't. It would
I
be.
regret not letting Silas in, but at the same time, without more information, I'm not endangering this entire ship.
No. I think what you did is absolutely right, and you're.
And my mission was to just get stuff for the guild, but the guild is no more. So you guys are my crew now. I was kind of on the fence, but now I'm here. The guild is gone. I don't know what's going on with it, and I don't trust anyone from the guild. I don't know who's up and who's down.
It kind of befuddles me that just randomly you would have somebody kind of pop up and say, "Hey, this has happened. The guild's no more. People are being killed," and they immediately just kind of go towards right to the top and say that this person is at fault. I mean, think about it. Like that's.
And still deliver the candles.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe candle delivery is not that important when people are being murdered.
I think you are right.
Here's your edible arrangement order.
Right.
And
by the way, I'm dying.
I'm trying to kill you. It's like very dedicated person. Very.
It is in my experience with dealing with groups and guilds and stuff like this. When stuff like this happens, there's usually more of the story that's not being told. I mean, realistically, you might even want to look at from the perspective that what if Silas isn't really the bad guy? What if he's being blamed for everything?
I mean, he initiated me in the first place. I mean, he was the person who initiated me and took me in when my family was dead, and I didn't really know what I was going to do.
I didn't know your family was killed. I'm sorry.
And turning him away was really hard, but it's not the time to just randomly open your door to strangers when people are randomly showing up with their whole inside split out and bleeding out in the street. Should probably not open the door.
I think it might be a good idea if at some point, maybe you or you and another one of us with you, maybe tries to have a conversation with this gentleman, Silas.
Silas?
Yeah. I mean,
last time I saw him, he was very worried. It seemed like someone was following him, and he just seemed happy to just talk to me. He didn't try to manipulate me or have me do anything for him. He didn't try to change my mind about anything. I feel like if he was about to kill a bunch of people, he might have tried to get me on his side to back him up, but he didn't mention any of this. I mean, he seemed distracted, but I mean, I honestly think Silas might be the good guy here, but I'm also not going to just open my door up in the middle of the night by myself to him.
I think that you've made a wise choice, and I think that you were definitely headed in the right direction. Now, why didn't
What did your lady tell you?
Beg your pardon?
What did your lady tell you?
She confirmed everything about Davenport being there during my death, and long story short, for the lack of a better word, I was part of her punishment, and I was killed because she chose to go against the word of her mother and father. And when I asked a question about, well, now that I'm alive again, how's this contract going to be fulfilled? And she kind of like lifted her wings up, but one of her wings was just absolutely mangled and borderline destroyed. It was horrifying, honestly. I felt real bad for her.
What's her aim here? What's her goal? Why is she putting herself through all of this?
She keeps telling me that I deserve to be alive. That's really all I can get out of the conversation.
Sorry. Why does she feel that way?
I don't know.
What makes you so special?
She keeps telling me that I'm a good man and I deserve to be alive. That's all she keeps saying. I think if I'm just going to be transparent with you, I feel like there's still, this is a weird conversation to be having because I'm still trying to wrap my head around this, but I feel personally that she is still affected by the emotions and the feelings that she had before my passing, in that is kind of tying into or may even be part of why she brought me back. I also think that it's kind of one of those situations where the dad, the girl's boyfriend, and the dad might not be seeing eye to eye, and she might be trying to side with the boyfriend.
But here's the thing: is there anything else she was interested in? Why you? What else is going on around you that she might be interested in?
Other than the fact that I was part of that deal, I don't really know.
Did she ask about any of us?
She did ask about Flynn and asked where he was. But
Why would she
roll
be
it.
interested in Flynn?
Roll an insight.
me?
Yep.
Okie dokie. What is insight?
Wisdom.
I wonder
Oh,
what
I was thinking if
interests
I had a
Flynn.
proficiency on it, but I don't.
It's telling you. Oh, proficiency. Fair.
Natural 20.
Yo!
Yay!
Hey, what?
Shenanigans, roll confirmation.
Oh, God.
On top of that,
I do a backflip.
from your small conversations with her and the way that she's been acting, especially from the last conversation, it's you get a clear impression, and it's almost too human of an impression. Like what she's presenting is unnervingly human, of a guilt for your dying. Like she feels like she's responsible, and she's trying to make it up to you. Like she's trying to right her wrongs.
Per conversations that I've had with her, like I get this impression or this feeling that she feels guilty about my death, like she had something to do with it, and she is maybe trying to make up for that, or trying to find justifiable reason as to, I don't know. It's a real weird situation.
And she trusts Davenport.
She does. She said that really.
Silas trusts Davenport. So who's this person warning me against Silas if the people that we are dependent upon all trust Davenport? Although he may have his own
agenda.
interests.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, but I'm still very much on the fence with Davenport's intentions. He has kind of pointed us in the right direction. He has shown us and told us information to help us get by, and
he's let us steal the ship.
He gave us the ship that we're on.
It's pretty
And
and the cannons. It's
I
kind
don't
of
know.
our
Maybe, although we might be kind of sketched out by this feller and his shady ways. I don't know if he's necessarily the bad guy, but then again, what if everybody's in cahoots and we're all being manipulated?
If they're all manipulating us, we can't allude to the fact that we're aware of this, and we need to play this out. Like, we need to get what we can from them and not give any idea of the fact that we are skeptical of them. But we can share our skepticism safely with each other. Apparently, though, I'm being watched, so we need to be careful as far as like where we're going, and all that kind of stuff. I think your watch is almost over, though. You're gonna have to switch out with Andronicus. Are we gonna tell the rest of the crew about this? I mean, I feel like they should know.
I think if you'd like to share that information regarding your close encounter, if you will, I think that's okay. I'll leave it up to you, because that is, with all due respect, that's your personal business.
Okay, I'll let the crew know, so don't feel worried about not speaking up about it. If you want me to tell them, I'll just tell them. But we need to watch out, because that crew cut that lady clear in half. I mean, I want to look into this name on the bracelet, Vosago, but other than that, that's the only lead I have. Is I kind of want to know where the heck she came from, because none of that is familiar to me.
Before I get out of here, and I'm gonna go get Andronicus. Before I leave, do you? And I know how tight knit your groups of rogues are. I mean, they don't use the term "thick as thieves" for nothing. Do you have / know if it comes down to a way to get back to where it is that this group resides?
I do, but that would be the eye of the storm, you know? Like, I don't know if I should be contacting them because I don't know who I'm going to be contacting at this point and what side they're on. And it's just going to allude to where we are. Like, it's just going to tell them where we are. So.
Oh, no, I'm not thinking you should contact them, but, I mean, sometimes you want to throw a wrench into somebody's face when, you know, things are getting wild and out and things like, oh, things are getting a little hairy. What has a tendency to kind of make people say, oh, shit, is when you just show up and you pretend like you have no idea what's going on.
And get captured and murdered, perhaps.
I mean, my trigger finger's getting a little itchy, but that's besides the point.
I mean, I'll go with you to see Andronicus on your watch trade-off. I'm going to let Andronicus know what's going on and see if anybody knows what Visago means.
That name doesn't ring a bell to me, but maybe somewhere in Andronicus' past he might have some information.
Yeah, I'll go with you.
All right.
I don't feel like sleeping anymore.
I understand.
After all that excitement.
Good morning.
All right, and then
So-
back out.
Keithar rotates out with Hutch. After Hutch closes the door, you can't quite make it out fast enough to see what it is. You see some runes fading on the door. You also see the next couple pop up shortly after that. You get the clear impression that you just missed some messages. The next three you see are these three. And the middle one is 100% the guild sigil.
Now, does Hutch tell me about this?
No.
I
This is
didn't
what
see
you
it.
see after you close the door behind Hutch. So
Oh,
Hutch
this is
pulls the
what
door
I-
behind him, and this whatever ones you missed fade out, and then these three are on the door.
Okay.
The second one is the guild sigil, just as a heads up.
Okay, this is the second one's the guild sigil. Guild sigil.
And with that, it's morning. Good morning. We've had a long rest.
Yeah.
How restful.
Who's awake right now? Kisar?
Kisar was up on watch when you wake up, but you're the first one of the others that wake up.
So who's,
Kisar, when Kisar takes the watch, will begin to fly toward the camp.
well, so I'm going up because it's morning. I'm waking up. Who am I replacing, and who's going to be up there during my watch?
You try to escape the drama,
So-
and it just follows you.
Mm-hmm. Because I'm good. No.
Drama Lama.
You took first watch. Hutch took second. Keystar took last watch. So whenever you wake up, it's morning, and it's the end of the last watch.
My puppet
Okay.
strings.
So Kisar's there.
He has rested though. He from not having to do watch the first two watches. He rested during that time.
I'm gonna say to him, Kisar,
Yes.
I saw some pretty wild shit the other night when I was meditating. I connected with an inner part of my mind, and
A dangerous thing.
yeah, it's almost like eating mushrooms. But anyways, I asked the ethereal, is there anything else that I can see that's missing from my own mind? And I got an answer.
No
They
shit.
said- The answer was that there's a lot more missing. And I have a feeling we're going to be running into quite a few more Andronicuses. So I just need you to be on the lookout. If you see me and it's not me, come find me.
Resistance.
Okay, so don't engage. Don't kill it. Just get you.
Yeah, because
Okay.
I don't want to chance the fact that if the soul that's in these vessels is leaving them, if it's a vicinity thing and I'm not there, there's a potential chance that my soul is just going to float away. So it's imperative that I be there when the knife goes in.
Kisar is curious if in, say, like a combat scenario we are fighting and you're not engaged with fake you, and Kisar sees Andronicus mist coming out of it, should he try and suck it in it?
I mean,
And then I can blow it into your mouth? Don't worry, I'll be sensual.
I'm sure you would. But I, once again, don't want a chance losing a part of my soul to nothing. So
Throw a net on it.
It is an
if not
understandable
all,
concern.
arrow in the knee, not the heart. In the knee.
All
Understood.
right, where to now? Everybody's had a
when-
pretty eventful evening.
No, Kisar had a lovely evening.
Oh,
the only
yeah,
thing
Kisar-
that
Kisar's feeling great. He's like, yeah.
the
I
only thing
rested,
that ever
she's
troubled
fine.
Kisar as he settled down for the night was, but she was a dragonborn. She was practically a little person for a dragonborn. Was it a dietary issue, or is she just from small people, dragons wise? He lost a good 20-30 minutes of sleep over these.
The important questions.
I want to kind of recount my encounter with Andronicus and Kisar whenever appropriate.
Yeah.
Do you leave anything out?
Well, I want to focus on the fact I want to ask them about the bracelet and Visago, and if anything of that nature seems familiar. I want to tell them that, recount that Silas supposedly turned against the guild, and that Valeka was injured, and that I'm still getting warnings, and someone tried to contact me, but I didn't open the door because, I grew up with the guild. They were my family, but now the family is broken up and I don't know who's on what side and what side I'm supposedly on. So, if they would take me in, that they would be my family and we'd try to sort this shit out.
Damn, that's some heavy shit.
My notes are flying away.
I would also like to convene with, Hutch, and I want to shoot the shit and let them know everything.
Hutch, how much are you sharing? I'm just trying to get a gauge. That way I can just be like, okay, everybody knows everything.
I mean, yeah, they can know everything. It wasn't that big a deal. I mean, just
okay, so everybody knows pretty much everything that it went on.
I'm fine with that.
During the night for each person.
I'm fine with that.
When all the information has been relayed to Kisar, he gets this very deep, introverted, introspective look in his, and motions for Clove to take the wheel, and then walks and stands at the rail and just kind of looks out over the terrain as it passes by.
Wait, had anyone recognized the name Visago?
No.
Sounds just like a name. Like it just sounds like a name.
We could ask Davenport if perhaps it is a well-to-do jeweler. Perhaps he sees his mark.
Would Hutch know from anything about that?
Y'all can roll
After sleeping on it?
some history.
Okay.
Did Kisar get in touch with Davenport, or did we just send out a message and not hear back yet?
Does anybody check
Kisar
the terminal?
a 17.
Hutch has a 7.
All right. Has anybody checked the terminal this morning?
Not
My
yet.
Crazy.
I've put it away.
Okay, I'm back. I'm here.
Kisar, you
Do we get a +4 because of Hutch?
No, it's on saving throws.
Oh, saving throws.
Vosgo vaguely sounds like a dragonkin kind of name.
As she met, and while he's having his introspective look over the terrain, he just kind of offhandedly says that over. It is a dragon kin name, I think.
I'll say that from her being the one that was agreeing, it's either a family name or her own name, some kind of, or maybe a parent's name, something like that, some kind of personal keepsake.
And I'm piloting the ship right now, correct?
Yes.
I would like to request for someone to go check out the terminal.
I'll go take a gander at it, I reckon. I ain't got nothing going on.
Okay. When you get down there, you kind of see the screen has a blinking spot on it, and tinker with it for a minute and get it to pull it up. And it's at the top it says relayed from Rayori, Davenport Sins, that kind of stuff. You start getting line after line after text. Davenport pretty much sent you the newspaper.
Okay.
It's a murder in the streets, body found, high status noble woman from another country.
Oh,
And after there's a couple more headlines, but nothing that's really stand out or anything that's important for what's going on. And it's pretty much the market has having problems, and fish they're catching more fish than usual. The market's having problems dealing with it, things like that. Outside of that, there's really nothing else on it. You get the impression that he's just into the headline is like, hey, something happened.
Okay. I just kind
Not
of
entirely sure if he's asking if you had something to do with it, or if it's just, hey, he wants you to know that it happened while y'all were leaving town. And then underneath all of the newspaper stuff, he has a line that says, contact me when you need me. Good luck.
All right, I'll take that, put it in my back pocket.
Answer any questions about Flynn or anything. Turd. He's a turd.
I'm gonna go make some coffee, and then I'm gonna take that coffee and I'm gonna go up to Kassar.
He did ask about Flynn. I forgot he sent it.
Yeah.
Questions about Flynn in the
Sorry,
message.
I didn't mean that to be sassy.
No. I completely forgot about it. Absolutely.
Yeah, we asked
Check
about
me. Make
Flynn.
sure I'm up on today. Okay.
We asked about
yeah.
Flynn. We also asked about Andronicus's double.
yes.
Those two things.
He said, underneath the newspaper stuff, he sent back. He's pulling on some strings. He's trying to find out where that double came from. It wasn't Andronicus, clearly. He understands that y'all have taken him. Doesn't need anything by it. He's going to start pulling the strings looking for Flynn as well.
All right.
So can we assume at this point that Davenport is not responsible for the clone?
I think that's kind of the intention, yeah.
But we don't know any of this right now. Only
I
Hutch
did
does.
say intention. I did not say truth.
Right.
Only Hutch knows this right now.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm gonna kind of do what I was gonna say earlier. I'm gonna go ahead and make some coffee, and I'm gonna go up to Kassar and his so intensive, introspective, personal moment, and tap him on the shoulder and hand him a cup of coffee.
Kesar turns around and takes the coffee and says, "My thanks."
Why are you? What's going on there, fella? I've never
Kesar
seen
is
you
not
think
a
so.
shallow man, is he?
Kassar is what?
Kesar, you would not call Kesar a shallow person.
I definitely wouldn't say you're shallow. I would maybe say a little open and free, and sometimes that maybe not all people might find that so comforting.
Sometimes they don't feel as free as you may feel.
Yeah.
Kesar is bothered a little bit by the turn of events from the night.
What events? What's wrong?
All of them. You have made contact with your Kokat,
Mhm.
whatever she is to you. Rosemary there, he's had the dealings with the shady past.
I'm scared he's looking at the book.
And Andronicus has discovered that there are many hymns.
Mm-hmm.
Kesar has not had any nighttime adventures.
I kind of
Real quick.
scratch under his chin. Oh, there, little buddy.
What happened
involuntary perk. A little involuntary perk comes out. Like, stop that.
Well, I
Goes
mean,
back to the well.
well.
I mean, you have all your lovers and your music and all of your admirers and what happened at the terminal.
I mean,
He
that's
goes back over and relieves Rosemary at the wheel. I don't need your damn pity. But thank you.
Also, real quick, Hutch, were you talking to Kolkoth?
Yes,
yeah, I did have a conversation with her last night.
I want to keep an eye on the horizon too. Keep a lookout for people following us or monsters or.
Roll a perception.
Yes, sir.
Hutch, on your way up from.
Oh, give me a break.
As a little bit of a rollback because I meant to get it in there and it didn't. On your way up from checking the terminal, you noticed that Flynn's, like the room that Flynn had been staying in during the travel, is open a little.
So this is on my way back
His
up
room.
a while ago.
Back up.
I want to kind of poke my head in a little bit.
Peeking in, the room's empty. The bed hasn't been slept in. All of his things are in the room on the bed. Everything he was carrying with him, the pistols, the halberd, the backpack, it's all there, but he's not.
When we first checked who checked the ship when we first got there?
Hutch and Andronicus.
It
Is
wasn't there
anything-
it wasn't there before.
Okay, that's what I was gonna ask.
What?
That's what I was gonna ask.
Woo!
So
I don't-
I want to
this.
pick up his bag and I go back up to the group and I'm like, hey y'all, something ain't right.
What's up?
So I know I, for one, tore this ship up top to bottom, and I know Andronicus also tore this ship top to bottom, and I, for one, can say that I definitely checked out every one of these rooms, including our fine friend Flynn. Andronicus,
Even his armor.
did you check out Flynn's room as well?
Yeah, I didn't see anything in there.
Kind of reach over my back. Look what I just found in his room, on his bed.
What? That's his backpack.
I mean, we found out that Flynn is existing every 300. His type exists every 300 years as a way to fix the ritual or the seal. Do you think he's meant to destroy you or make good on this deal?
I mean, what's the word that people use? I believe they would say that it's his destiny, right? But doesn't really answer the fact that we tore this place apart. Place is empty. Wake up this morning, and his stuff is still on this ship.
No,
Kisar
is
does not.
Is back on the ship, I should say.
Yeah, it wasn't
There
there
you
before.
Kisar does not mean to insult anyone, but did anyone fall asleep during their watch for the night?
I know I got tagged out, so I slept. I think at this point, I think we were all sleeping at some point, but there was somebody that was always up.
No, and this is what I mean.
Yeah.
What during your watch was there maybe a brief nap in there? It is understandable that these were not ideal situations for the watch, but
There was a brief moment where Rosemary is that yeah, Rosemary and I were having a conversation.
Jacques! No, I'm sorry. That's not all right. What I mean is it possible that somebody snuck on
Well,
board?
no, that's what I'm saying. I was like, there was about a 15-minute window where I was having a conversation with Rosemary in her quarters, and that was, to my knowledge, as far as I know, the only time nobody had been walking the ship and patrolling. About a 15-minute gap.
I mean, it is possible. It would take a very stealthy individual.
But wouldn't that mean they should also still be here? No, because we were parked. They could have been here and long gone.
And from the sounds of it, there is the magic to open doors, right? Yeah.
But why would they drop off all of Hutch or Flynn's old things and then just leave?
I want to
is
take the
about-
bag open and I'm going to dump it right there on the deck and see what's inside, if there's anything besides just like the weapon and stuff.
You find a note that's not in the list I sent.
It is about a
Sneaky
message.
DM, sneaky DM, sneaky.
Ooh,
It is
right.
a powerful message to tell someone that I know where you are and I could put these here and imagine what else I could put or
Right.
take away.
Carefully picking up and reopening the note and just you don't have a clue what it's going to do. Inside the note, it's there's a little. You immediately notice that there are little blood spots on it.
I'm gonna go ahead and read it to myself before I read it aloud.
Is it written in
Rude.
Elvish?
It is written in Common.
What is this note?
We
Sounds
call
like
upon
somebody
the
typing.
spirit.
It is somebody typing a note.
It's like Ghost Rider.
Oh my
We
god,
call
this
upon
little
the spirit
there's a
divine.
comma floating around. Dude, so good. So good.
Divine for us. What does message mean, man?
Man, my eyes are having a hard time focusing here. I know I can read this. Give me just a minute. Oh man, it's been a long
You
night.
know what it is? It's because the way you're standing, the light from
Oh
the
yeah,
sun,
yeah. All right.
the glare from the
Okay,
parch.
go ahead and reposition it right there. All right, got the sun in my back now. Got all right. Great. Nope, still can't read it.
Oh, sorry, walks over. You know, the penmanship is terrible. That's probably not
We're
helping.
gonna need you to roll once for your right eye to focus and once for your left eye to focus.
Copy that. Rolling left eye.
At ones, you're drunk.
Roll for your hands.
I get drunk reading the paper.
Yeah.
He realizes as he can't read, he's like, "Oh, I made these Irish coffees. My bad."
And with that, I'm gonna go pee real quick.
Copy that.
Oh,
Before you go, it doesn't say it's not signed or anything. It's just that. All right, guys. Here we go. It's all coming into focus now. All right. Well, I got good news and I got bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?
Bad.
Bad news.
Bad news?
Yes.
Flynn's still alive.
Yeah.
Okay, I take it he doesn't care for us very much.
No, I'm
Wait,
just
wait.
bullshitting.
Allow me to guess. The good news, he's given up his life as an adventurer and a champion of Verdun to become living bait for the Sun Sea.
I guess we don't need this piece of paper no more.
Sorry, he's amazing.
Yes, that's fine. All right.
I'm gonna show you something real quick. My mom sent me a picture, and there
Wait, in the game or in real life?
this is in real life.
Okay.
She sent me a picture of her avocado plant, and it grew a little fungus, and it looks like a dick.
Yes, it does.
It does. It looks like a little.
This is extremely pertinent to the fact that our missing companion left us a blood-soaked note.
That's gross. That's like my mom.
There's dick fungus.
Said-
Everybody.
She said a dick pic.
That's funny. That's funny.
Ew,
A
your
fungi
mother's
dick pic.
pic.
All right. So this letter literally says word for word. It literally says, "We have your friend. He will remain alive as long as you do not come looking." I mean, it's kind of weird that they would say that, but we don't even know where to start. But anyways,
We're in
Okay.
another hutch position where friend is taken. Do we go there?
it also says, "Good luck as champions. Your fate has changed. If you so leave it alone." That's all it says, and I show them that, and I will even paste this in the.
Hey,
Actual-
Kitsar would like to see the
I got you.
paper, if I might.
I'm gonna keep going after the soul things of myself. So
I go ahead and I pass it over to him. I also posted it in the game chat.
Now Kitsar will start sniffing at the blood.
What's the point of?
Not 100% certain this is blood. There's a rough scraping sound as he. Oh, no, that's definitely blood. Ugh. But luckily not poisoned.
So I mean, whoever left us this note obviously brought this bag back, and I mean, at some point, I mean, let's be honest. I'm like, this guy. I mean, although he might be a little kooky and maybe not all put together mentally, so to speak.
I would use the adjectives ooky and maybe even spooky.
can I sniff it and see if I can smell that it's elf's blood?
Sure.
I would
But,
like to do that.
I think that at some
Roll-
point as much as we may not want to, I think we might need to go try to find him because he obviously is playing a huge part in this event that's happening. So,
Rosemary, my dear new friend who has replaced an old friend. Do you know if other organizations have the same kind of door opening technology or magics that you have?
I'm not certain about that. I just know about my crew. I mean, I only grew up on a farm and they took me in, it's all I really know.
Because this might explain how they got out here. You understand?
I would imagine that if her crew can do it, there's other crews that can do it. So,
But these might be maybe we use these to help try and find where he is.
coughing.
hey, Chloe, does this handwriting look familiar to you?
It is Rosemary.
Oh, my bad,
Does it-
Rosemary.
Does it look familiar to me?
Mr. DM?
I'm still trying to sniff it.
No? Okay.
Does not look familiar to me.
All right, well,
Roll it. Actually, you know what? Everybody can roll an investigation.
I mean, I think
We'll
it's
just make this quick.
suspect.
Okay.
I think it's suspect that someone would acknowledge that they have Flynn and he's alive, and
13.
not to come looking for him.
12.
Investigation?
Yes.
I mean, why wouldn't they just let him disappear? Why would they tell him they have him and then give us all of his weapons and his gold? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, there is the option that we would go looking for him, but now we are presented with the option that we have him, don't come looking, or we kill him.
I mean,
No.
obviously, that's bait.
I got a 13.
pretty much 13 all around, minus a 12 and the 8.
I got a whole 8.
From looking it over, from digging into it and trying to find any kind of clue beyond just what's written, except for the blood. That's it. That's it. There's no indication of anything beyond just what's on there.
If only we had an alchemical lab.
Who knows? Maybe we might be able to find something at that camp. I mean, I think that should be step one. I think let's keep making our way towards that camp, and then we'll make our decisions for next
Whoever
move.
got him knows about the champions of Aldan, and they know that we're champions, and that makes me nervous, especially if they have him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm just going to say we've been in a few scruffles already.
Our fate has changed.
I'm just saying I think we can handle ourselves.
I think that it would be a trap to obviously try to pursue this, but I also feel like inevitably, and y'all can chime in on this, I don't think we really have a choice. We're going to have to try to go find him.
Yeah, because the Fuara writes the seal, and you're the failed seal.
When you say that we're going to have, when you utter the words, we're going to have to go find him, the note, the writing on the note starts to glow. The note starts to feel cold in your hand.
I throw it overboard.
Flynn, who? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm stupid.
Wait just a second.
Uh-oh.
No.
Tisar is okay with this because Andronicus has the note.
Oh, yeah, I did hand it to him.
Right. My elven fingers can hold it while it's really cold.
From underneath you in the belly of the ship, you hear movement. Like you hear a handful of feet.
I think we got company.
I'm going down to investigate. Who's with me?
Dude, I'm like, it's about goddamn time, some action. I was like, let's go.
I don't like action.
In readiness, I pop my sword out of the hilt, and I'm just kind of ready to whip it out.
Tisar will stop them. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
No, please.
Can I use my eye for detail to look for some kind of clue as to what's about to happen?
With him having thrown the note overboard, the note's
Andronicus
gone.
had the note.
Oh no, I meant the pitter.
Yeah, I kept the note. I didn't.
Yeah, if you want to inspect the note, 100%. The note has opened. I will tell you just from.
Oh, I meant the pitter patter of feet.
That would be perception, but you're welcome to roll perception.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh,
I rolled a 17.
it didn't land in the thing.
You saw it.
That's fine.
I'm
As long as he saw it and verifies, I do not mind.
Yeah, she got a 17.
I got a 17 again.
Fantasy Run is being a little
It's
slow.
still
Give me
in-
just a second.
It still didn't go.
You should move the thing over. Maybe it's messing it up.
Well, I can't see the map. Do I get 17 again? Yes!
Oh my God, Jesus! She just rolled 3 17s back to back,
Still didn't go on.
and it still didn't go.
It's being slow. Just give it a minute. There it goes.
Oh, there it is.
Wow.
Do I get 17 3 times?
Let
I'm
me.
not lying.
Wait, what was that? That was okay.
Sorry.
We will be using the ship map momentarily. You hear distinctly 3 sets of feet underneath in the belly.
I communicate this immediately to the crew using our comms system so no one else can hear.
Kesar will take the ship and put it down someplace land so
But
that
I
he
don't
may accompany them.
I did not belch in everyone's ear, though.
At the start of this, we're going to start Keystar. Where is what I'm looking for? I'm looking for this.
We've been boarded.
Excellent. I figured some people were getting a little bored without having much combat.
I like this investigative work. Combat.
We'll put the other rest of you kind of.
Not getting bored, man, but definitely some action.
Oh yeah,
And remember, you can
it's been long enough, and it was
if you
appropriate.
click the
So,
button on your mouse. you can move
Which map are we using there, DM?
the
The
ship.
floating pedal.
the ship.
Copy that.
And we're all-
The floating petal.
It won't zoom.
I will also go ahead and do this. Is this?
Where I at? Here
It's
I
not
at.
a fucking manicore, is it?
No,
it's
it's in the.
up
it's in-
3.
several feet. I told you about the feet.
Oh, okay, good.
It's one giant millipede.
Damn it.
And it's tap dancing. It's doing a little
not a
dance for us,
terrible
and then we just give it all the gold.
No,
and then we
not
make a
that
new
one.
friend and we
This
take
one.
this show on the road.
Okay, so
And
that'll-
New
If it can speak,
scene.
it can be the guy that goes up in the crow's nest, just hang off the side. There be shit coming at us, Captain.
oh, that whole thing was wonky.
And then you guys can make us money, like you play and sing the music, and then
And he tap dances.
yeah. And
that
I
overlay. That overlay was made by Rosemary Clove, Miss Sarah herself. All right, everybody, roll me some initiative. Let's kick this off.
Oh man, God, this coffee. Is...
Fire!
Oh, that's hot. Stop.
22, natural 20.
22.
What are we rolling now?
Initiative.
Initiative for some combat.
It's on
Yeah,
your
the
main
page yours.
screen,
Kesar has
Oh,
an 8.
sorry, it's a dog.
and it's
That's
next
fine.
to your AC.
Yo, I am initiated.
No, that's intelligence.
Oh man,
Initiative is
See
It's
the
right
Oh.
next to your AC.
that was such a good roll. That was such a good roll too.
Now
Okay.
give her the 18.
Um,
She called that one first.
it will actually start with Clove.
Rosemary. Her name is Rose.
It's Clove. We're in combat. It's hard to keep track. Everything on my page says Clove, so it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
But it's
yeah.
understood that everyone else thinks I'm Rosemary now
yes.
because
This
I
is
look so different.
Well, it is your turn.
I move my head like this instead of like that. It's very different.
When she's
is,
when she's
entirely.
quizzical, she goes like this now.
Instead of this, yeah.
Instead of saying she says
I don't know what that means.
I tuck my
the
shirt in instead of letting it loose. You know, it's totally unrecognizable.
The hair and the face all stay the same.
Yeah.
Mannerisms entirely different.
Yes.
All right, time to get this party started.
So I'm going first, but I don't see any critters on the ship. Is that the way it should be?
They're downstairs.
Oh, there's more than one
Downstairs.
floor.
What do you say?
They're downstairs.
They're downstairs.
There's
Yeah.
more than one floor.
Oh, okay, so I've calmed my pals and told them that there's something beneath us.
As far as a layout goes, the door below you on the ship leads to the kitchen dining area, what would essentially be the captain's quarters, an office, that kind of thing. The door to the top of you leads down into the belly of the ship.
So there's 2 doors, both of which lead to the bottom.
The door behind you is pretty.
That
doesn't
leads
lead
to my
down.
area.
It's the communal area where you eat and stuff. The door to the top of you leads down into the ship.
Okay, I want to alert everybody that I feel like we should barricade this door until we know who's on the other side of it.
Kisar has a small problem with that. The engine is down there, and if we barricade, they can crash.
So do we allow them to come up and just ambush them?
I say we
Or we go down there and kill them.
bring the fight.
We
to
have
them.
the high ground. I mean, we could surround this door and let them come to us.
You know, this reminds Kisar of a story where a warrior said he had the high ground.
It
But
didn't work
the
out so well.
same warrior had the low ground, still managed to kill the warrior on the high ground.
What would you like me to do, Mr. Kisar?
Go kill them before they break my ship.
Okay, I'm gonna go kill this man before they break our ship.
Yes, Kisar is still piloting us down to our landing.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the door we're talking about that I just
Yes.
moved forward. Okay,
Do you want to go through the door?
I want to signal to one of my pals, either Andronicus or Hutch, whoever wants to jump up. If someone can whip open the door, I've got my bow ready at the entrance.
Hell yeah! I mean, who's next in line? I gotta pull up the character.
You're. Oh yeah, that's true.
Combat
It's probably me.
tracker.
I mean, what was your initiative?
I think whoever's third should open the door because that means I open, I shoot, and then the next person has a line of sight to shoot after that.
So you're going to ready in action to shoot anybody you see behind the door.
No. Because I need to know who it is first. Well,
you don't have to shoot. You can just ready yourself.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, you can. If you decide not to shoot, you can let that go.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I want to do.
Okay, so you're ready
I'm
in action
gonna
to
kinda
shoot
get up
whenever
on
somebody opens the door.
Yeah, I'm gonna be up on the step, like aiming toward this door, and whoever can whip it open. Does it open outward?
It opens outward. No, it opens outward. But from that angle, you wouldn't be able to see anybody unless they are right on the other side of the door.
Okay, should I lower myself to here? I can't
Yes.
tell really.
Yeah, that would be fine.
Okay, I'm gonna be like over there.
Yeah, that would be a little bit. You could see them probably like 4 or 5 feet on the stairs at that point.
If you're right
From
up
there.
on the door, you'll have a much clearer view.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I'm
if
also
you're right up on the door, you'll be able to see down the stairs into the opening below
You're
the stairs.
still technically in cover though, because you have that wall there.
Okay.
Yeah, you can be right up on the wall. It would go to Hutch next.
I'll kind of walk up.
Andronicus, you're like opening the door though, right?
I'm
We'll
gonna
see.
kind of come right here. I'm like, hey, Clove, you want me?
Thanks.
You reckon I should
might.
pop this door?
Yeah, sure.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and
I'm
I
not
look at
excited
it.
about this, friend.
I look at Clove and I go on. And I use something like on 3, and I go. And on 3, I throw the door open.
When you throw the door open,
Blah, blah, blah.
Kisar's still bringing down the ship. It's almost down. When it gets to Kisar's turn, the ship will be on the ground.
Okay.
Down the stairway and into where it opens up into the front of the ship, and where some of the storage is, you don't see anybody. You still hear some rummaging going on. Now that the door is open, it's further toward the back of the ship, but it is still downstairs.
And I kind of look at everybody. I'm like, point to my ears and say, they're downstairs.
I would like to communicate with my communicator to everybody and say, Kisar, if you can get this ship down, by the next, obviously we're not going to say his turn, but by his turn, and you can provide backup to me, I'm very much cool with running down there as soon as this door, as soon as I can. But
Beat me up, Scotty.
I would appreciate you, Kisar. Yes, you. If you could have my back on this because I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go down
I
there and
mean,
kick some ass.
Kisar will certainly have your back, God.
Thank you.
Any more movement? Anything else you'd like to do on Hutch's turn?
I want to go down, I guess, to like. There's got to be a point where it's going to curve down and come around a corner.
So the stairway leads down
Mhm.
into a kind of the open in storage area of the front of the ship, and then you can kind of walk behind the staircase to get down into the hallway that's the bedrooms.
All right, then I want to kind of perch myself at the corner where it comes down into the bedrooms. Then
I'm
Is
going
there
to
a way
move
to
you over
sneak
to
a
the.
peek in any of the
Below
windows?
decks. You're over here. We'll put you in the corner.
Yeah, if you tie
Um,
off rope and climb over the side.
Yeah, if I
As
like
far
hop
as-
over to where those like netted areas are to the left and right, can you see into windows there? Just out of curiosity.
Question. Yes, actually, the nets are right below the windows.
Okay, just future thoughts.
Left side, right side. Hutch
what do you mean? Where am I
of the
looking?
hallway.
No, which side
would
are you
rather
on?
be on?
I'll creep on the left side.
He blocked.
Oh, I have to
Side.
pee.
Okay.
Can
Go
you
ahead,
hold
baby.
this
You
scared?
still don't see anything
Look,
currently.
I'm
I
scratching up my
tell
legs.
everybody that it's clear. Y'all can meet up on me.
You can
Clear on the left
hear noises of something
The whole thing.
down the hallway, in sounds like they're in the storage room at the end of the ship. Roll a perception.
Wait, what did you say was clear? I'm sorry.
The hallway's clear.
Yeah, I said that it's basically clear up to me, and I think I hear him coming from the storage room.
Okay, I gotta go pee real quick.
Perception.
Mhm.
Like a 6 or 5 or 6.
That's all you hear. That puts it to Andronicus.
Roughly. So if I make my way down in
Down.
pursuit of Hutch, how far can I travel roughly?
Let's see, you were kind of midship. I would say if you were traveling up to your full movement, even with weapons at the ready, you could probably move from where you were all the way down the hallway.
So to like, right? Can I get down to here?
Probably to where it opens up. But I will do this when you get to about here.
Yeah.
You see this guy tinkering on the terminal.
But that doesn't look good.
So I want to yell out to.
I say keep it quiet.
Okay. I'm not gonna say a word. Does he?
Okay, did I miss anything?
Yeah. I moved down the hallway, and I've noticed that there is a spined devil tinkering with some things on our ship.
Have you shared this with us?
No. Let us not call it a spine devil. Let's not give ideas.
I'm just saying that's what it's called.
Have you shared this with us?
I'm
Or
not
did I
sure
not
you
know
know
this?
what one of those is necessarily.
Okay, that's true. I just hovered over it with my mouse, and it's what it.
Yeah,
told
it
me.
does that. It does. I can't help that. It just does that.
As of right now, no. Nobody knows
Okay,
what I'm seeing.
so I haven't missed anything because I don't know anything.
No.
Okay.
So what you're seeing is a medium average sized humanoid with large, not porcupine like much more sparse, but very large, like 2 foot, something. The ones down the middle of the back, maybe 3 foot long spines,
Wow.
all over its body. The ones along its arms are 6 inches to a foot long. Like the whole body is just covered in these spines. And right now, its back is turned to you and it's focused and it's just typing away on the terminal.
Is there any part of this creature that I can see that might serve as a weak point that's not covered in spikes?
From the whole thing is covered in spikes. It does look vaguely humanoid. It does have a small tail, but as far as the structure, anatomically, from your what you're seeing, it looks vaguely humanoid. We'll go with that.
Okay. I'm just curious because, like, if I eventually were to get up to poise a sneak attack, if I produce a blade to like its throat, is that
but
scaly or is it spiky?
but
Can
you
I
don't
see
sneak
that?
attack.
You wouldn't know until you tried it.
But you're out of
Okay.
movement anyway.
Right.
No, he could get behind it. He has
okay.
enough movement to get behind it. That's where he saw it from.
I'd say. I mean, go for it.
It looks leathery.
Does it appear? I mean, does it appear malicious? Its actions
It's
are
working
obviously...
It's working on the terminal. It hasn't noticed anything yet. It's going to town typing right now.
You should let us know what's going on.
Yeah, but if I yell out, then it knows I'm there.
Doesn't the comm do the thing with the bup, 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 bup?
I'm gonna use telepathy. He's within my range, and I'm like, Andronicus, I got an idea. Why don't you try to just do what you were kind of gonna go for? Sneak up, put your blade to his throat, and then once you do that, it's obviously gonna get caught off guard, and I'll tail right behind you. And if he starts going, you either slit or I'll shoot.
I mean, it's
Because at
gonna
this
take...
point, we got the drop on this thing.
Yeah.
Can Hutch see what's happening though?
No, he can
Do
see.
I-
it,
But I can
he can't
move.
see what it sees.
I'm just parked right
You
here.
don't know what Hutch is seeing.
No, but
No.
I hear him talking.
And
To who?
yeah, I didn't really talk out loud, I guess.
Okay,
That's
then
We'll go
the
with it.
conversation's moot.
Okay, cool. I
Now,
would obviously
it-
love for Hutch to know what's going on, but I didn't want.
He
I
should
didn't
talk
know.
to me.
Well, with the so are you messaging me, Hutch? Are you saying,
What do you see? Yes. What do you see?
all right, there
That'll work.
appears
That'll get
to
us
be
there.
some sort of a creature with large spines all over its body who is typing away furiously at our terminal on the ship. It looks to be the port side. Is that correct?
It is.
So,
Yes.
I mean, we can, if you want, I can try to get up on it, but just from the way this thing looks, it's going to be hard for me to get close and hold on to him tight and get a blade on his neck, but I can try.
Oh, you would be able to get your arm around or
Okay.
coming from
What,
the
could it
other
come out
side.
with spikes and impale you?
I mean, it could. Who knows? I got medium armor on.
I mean, I'm down and I will help you any which way I can. Let's do it. And
Hey,
I'll,
Alright.
Kesar would say messing with the terminal is a bad thing because you could turn off the engine.
Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and executive decision. That's the...
then I'm just falling right in suit. Call me John Leguizamo.
Turn.
Oh, can I move though if I didn't have my movement burned all the way?
But it's not
That's-
your turn.
Yeah,
But
it's
though,
not
if he's going, if I want to tail after him to
It's
do
my
the tandem
His turn is
cover his
after you.
ass,
Kesar.
I mean,
'cause I would have
honestly,
been right before him, and I didn't use
I'll
any
say
movement.
yes, but not that far.
Okay.
I'll allow you to give it a little bit of space. So
Okay.
like maybe just
all right.
yeah, maybe there, or maybe one more step, something like that. Okay.
So yeah, I'm
Um,
gonna get up on him and whatever I can do to prepare to kill if I have to.
Are you going to slit? Or are you going to impale?
Impale him up the ass.
I mean,
He can't be spiky
if,
there.
if he's
has one.
leather, if he's leather, that's gonna be tough to pierce. I feel.
It'd be hard to.
The decision is yours.
Choose wisely.
What do you have?
I have a dwarven short sword of strength.
It's almost as if you should have picked up that halberd and hit him from 10 feet away.
I mean, perhaps.
He's just laying on the deck. It's fine.
I wanted to throw my net again.
I'm thinking in my head that it's easier to slice.
Okay.
So
Andronicus is making his way down the hallway. He stops about halfway down and mid step, and he's like, "Oh shit!" He keeps going, and Hutch kind of sees him pause and is like, "Oh, something." And he follows him in suit. At kind of the same pace. They're both trying to stay somewhat quiet. Around the Hutch is able to kind of see around him a little bit once he gets to the part where he kind of paused and he sees the same being that's been described so far, and he sees Andronicus come up behind it, and he's got his sword out, and he goes, and he moves really fast and pulls it across. You see, as soon as it starts to slide across, it starts to skate for a second, and you feel the strength from the sword kind of empower you as you pull it across, and it screeches like this really horrible screech, and its whole form starts to turn into fire, and it's twists and kind of spiral in on itself, and it's gone.
Oh, you just straight up killed it.
Damn.
But we didn't know who it was.
But it could have been causing mischief.
It could have been helping us.
Could have.
I didn't think he was going to kill him immediately. I thought we were going to question it.
Yeah, I don't even know what's happening.
Well, if I have the ability to, after it disappears, I want to inspect the terminal and see what it was sending or
Okay.
what it was doing.
After it screeches, you both hear at this point. Actually, I'm going to do it this way, because if one of you hears it and can understand it, it will make more sense. You hear these clicking noises coming from further down the hallway in the main storage room. Thoughts?
What's going on?
I'm going to just say, hey, Clove, you may want to get down here. Sorry, Rosemary.
Forever giving her away.
Yeah, I'll God.
Well, it's not. It's Kassar's turn next.
Or anybody at this point, because right now we would be out of combat again, right?
Yeah, that's what I thought. We were in
Oh, yeah,
combat.
I guess.
We'll stay in order, vaigely.
We're still in combat.
There is still more action further down the hallway. It's just more of a gap.
Yeah, killed its
more of
friend.
a small gap in the action.
But we could party up right now, right? Essentially, we could all just, yeah.
Oh, Hutch understands it even better. So you hear this clicking noise that almost sounds kind of insectoid, kind of dolphin clicking, kind of, but it's very guttural at the same time.
Kisar, are you with us or are you up at the top?
Has Kisar landed the boat yet? The sheep?
At this point, yes, the ship would be landed.
Then Kisar will come down.
I'm gonna ask them what all that fuss was about, and I see Andronicus like chilling at the terminal, and I'm like, "What's that all about?"
I mean, it was.
There wouldn't be enough time for a long conversation before that would happen. Actually, you know what? Go ahead. Hutch, you have information on Fantasy Grounds.
I know.
Okay.
Hey, Kisar, is there anyone else on the ship, or have we dealt with it all?
I sit there and say, after kind of sitting there just focusing for a minute, there's more here. They're doing something. They're trying to plant something. I can't make out if it's a bomb or what, but they're doing something. But we may want to get in here and stop this. I don't know if killing these things is right, because if they've set something and we need somebody to disarm that for whatever reason, I think we need to keep one alive.
You say
Kisar will
them,
kick.
and where is the other ones?
They're coming. It's coming from the storage room.
We need to get
Kisar
down.
will kick off his boots and dig his claws into the wood until he's on the ceiling and start skittering down.
Roll and
Athletics.
I really want to say athletics, but
For
given that
acrobatics.
it's a cat person, I'm going to say acrobatics.
I
You
Give him
can
the
roll
benefit of
your
that with my
spider
acrobatics.
monkey senses and see.
I would normally say you don't have a climbing speed, but you're a kitty and you got claws
Oh,
and you're in a
fuck.
wood environment.
Oh shit!
8.
Okay, that's fine. Everybody watches this. Kisar kind of quickly just shakes off his gloves and kicks off it, like pulls his feet out of his boots and starts climbing up the wall. And at this point, he's like vertical on the wall, coming toward the doors over the engine.
Wait, where's the engine? Oh, okay. Like over by Andronicus.
Yeah, we're going to move Kisar. Where's Kisar? We're going to move him over here. We're going to put him about right there, and we're going to put him upside down.
I'm gonna use my comm to communicate with everyone, including Kisar, and be like, "So why are you staying off the floor? Is there something I need to know?"
Kisar replies back. They will be looking for people on the floor, but not on the ceiling.
How can I help?
I go open the door.
Which door?
Lady's choice.
About that time, both the storage room doors go thunk, and put like they both fly in really hard.
Wait, which doors? Sorry.
They're
You
down at the
see
back.
these two
Oh.
things
I
standing
didn't know
in
that's
the
what-
door.
Shit. Well,
They
luckily
are-
I'm hidden behind Hutch.
Can
They
Kisar
have-
see them?
Yes,
Sneak
everybody
attack.
can see them at this point. As they step through the door, you see them kind of with their arms at their sides, very ready. Long where they have the quills all over their body. Where they would have claws is just a very long, probably 4 or 5 inch claw for each finger. 4 fingers, no thumbs, and they're just kind of both walking down the hallway at the same pace. And here we'll go back to combat. We'll start it at the top again. It'll be same order, so it will start with Clove.
Lovely. I guess I'm just gonna, let's see. So this border around the engine, how tall is that? Is that like a little lip or is that like a wall?
It would be for you. It would probably be right above your head height.
Okay, I'm gonna use that as.
It doesn't take up the whole room. There's probably as tall as you are. There's that much of a gap between the ceiling and it. It actually goes down into the floor, into the underbelly of the ship.
So I can reliably kind of take cover on this corner here.
Yeah.
I want to take cover on this corner, like use that bit of movement, and I'm gonna take a bow shot at this spin devil number 4. He's smirking. I'm scared.
I'm always smirking.
I know. I'm always scared.
Okay. I laugh maniacally inside my head more often than anybody.
You hear
And
a
then
voice in
sometimes
your
out
head,
loud, you
Clove?
do the puppet thing.
You're gonna hear a voice in your head from Hutch that's gonna say, "You just got there. You could hide and try to get your sneak attack on that guy."
I thought that's what he was doing.
Bonus action.
She
hide.
wouldn't be visible there.
So she just
Yeah,
gets a
'cause
sneak attack.
It's above my
Yeah.
height.
I'll give it to her. Just
What am I looking at? Oh, okay. She's around a corner.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm like, yeah, because
She
Andronicus
can
and the
be in-
dead devil are there.
she's in like full cover right now.
Okay. Cool.
Even just to peek out and go, she would be in full cover through the whole time.
Get your sneak kill.
Curious.
Actions.
What's this archery champion? Can archery champion come in here? You've learned to use your bow, acrobatic maneuvers, precision bow, carrying a short bow. Oh no, that's intercepting your weapon. Never mind. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, cool. I'm gonna. Do you want me to roll for a sneak?
No, you don't have to roll for sneak. You can just go ahead and roll to
Okay.
stuff.
You have to roll the attack still. Not quite the
Oh, yes.
damage yet.
Attack before damage.
That's a hit.
I believe. If not, this is gonna be a lot of fun. Yes, that will hit.
I'm like, oh no, this is 5th edition coming at you.
That will
Got an
for sure
AC
hit.
of 27 at level 3.
Let's see. So that will hit, and you roll the 6 for your bow damage. Go ahead and roll your sneak attack damage as well.
So that's 2d6.
I'm not sure. I don't know when that goes up.
It should be
Yeah,
2d6 for everyone.
extra 2d6. Yeah. I
Because
just
that
want
will
to
get bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Yo,
10, 15 in total.
it's a
15
spicy
in total.
arrow.
It is pretty spicy.
You watch. You kind of peek around the corner, and you hear the doors open, knowing that something's coming. You just peek around the corner with the bow drawn. You go, pink, and as you start to fade back behind the corner, as you kind of lose half vision, and with the other eye, you see the arrow kind of sink, bounce off, and you see you go.
Oh no!
As in,
Yo,
I mean,
that's not working, friends.
from her
Comms is
perspective,
not
does it
working,
look like
friends.
immunity or just?
Armor.
Hard to say.
Yeah, I'm
Feels
gonna
like
communicate that the bow was not working, friends. I hit it dead center and pretty freaking hard, and it's not going through.
I mean,
And then for bonus action, I can. I want to use my eye for detail for my bonus action and see if there's some kind of hidden clue or disadvantage that these creatures have that I can share
Okay.
with the group.
Roll an insight.
I mean, it just could be immune to piercing. I mean, but we don't know yet.
Might as well check
Mm-hmm.
with all of my 5 rolls.
Not having seen it fight, just being this new thing in front of you that you've never seen before, and seeing your arrow not work, your insight doesn't work yet. You're not able to discern anything new yet, except for just that your arrow didn't work.
With the remainder of my movement, I would like to tuck into one of these little dormitories for cover.
Okay, that will be perfectly fine. That will put it to touch.
This is what I've done with my time here.
You shot an arrow.
And it didn't work.
Hutch is going to come around this corner here. His eyes roll in the back of his head. He starts to cast a spell. And then he's like, no, this isn't a good idea. This would be bad. Combustion inside of a small area, very bad. His eyes
Next
revert back.
engine.
Yeah, his eyes kind of go back from black back to like his normal thing. He's like, well, I guess I'm going to try something. And I am going to go ahead and use a full action. And I'm going to use... Why does it not ever drop when I want things to drop there? How do you drop the things on there? Like, no matter where I drop the shield, there it goes. I'm going to use my Jinx shot.
Okay.
So, as part of your action, it's a cantrip. Basically, I'm going to roll an attack. On hit, the target suffers the attack's normal effects. And your enchanted shot renders the foe unaccountably clumsy. It has disadvantage on its next attack roll. If it fails on the disadvantage, it falls prone.
Okay.
So, see. Rolling for attack. Let me get my numbers up here because this is always fun math. All right. Fuck, I missed. That's a natural 1.
Okay. You pull up and you shoot, and just from this, having the arrow come at it and bouncing off, it's clearly looking at right where Chloe was and sees you come around the corner, and it goes rigid. And when you shoot, it just goes and just kind of ducks to one side, and it's coming at you. It goes to Andronicus.
Yo.
Okay.
That's the first time I rolled that dice in like 4 weeks, and the first one's a 1. Guess what's in jail?
So our spiny devils are still located in the same place. They haven't moved.
Currently, yes.
Okay.
I am going to. Let me see. I would like to, with shield out, Dwarven short sword of strength out. I'm gonna book it around this corner and go straight at this guy head on, and just from the front now, because I'm not slicing from behind.
Mhm.
As I approach, the attack motion I want to make is kind of a shield out, whip the sword and slash at his neck, at his chest, any part that looks like it doesn't have as many spikes on it.
Let me get that roll.
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
That is going to be.
I know. You go ahead in a little while.
Oh,
Man,
And we were attacked by a
This
cat.
thing, you come
Ow.
up and you got your shield up, and you're like, you're taking pretty measured cuts at it. That you're not really trying to gauge what it can do, but you're trying to keep yourself protected, and so you're cutting at it and everything. But every time you do, it kind of the barbs on the back of its arm, you see it kind of raise them up, kind of almost like a shield on its own. And even though you're cutting off barbs, they seem to just be regrowing instantly from the arm. It's kind of blocking your attacks with them.
okay.
Oh, sorry.
Am I maintaining good defense?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
like it's on the defensive at this point, but you're trying to find a way in, and you just can't seem to find a way through its defenses.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna remain close to that creature and end my turn.
Okay. That creature is while you're cutting at it and it's maintaining its defenses, it takes an attack at you. You're taking measured cuts. You don't want to expose yourself too much. It's defending with its arms, and you see it just in time as it kind of underneath the lip of your eyebrow, kind of coming down from above. It's whipped its tail over, and it's coming at you with its tail, and you throw your shield up to block it, and just in time.
Okay.
When as you raise your shield up to block it, it kind of comes in with its other hand to kind of hit you with the claws, and you're able to kind of step back just a little bit and not take the damage. So you're all good, man.
Sweet.
The other one heads down the hallway a little ways, kind of jumps up on the engine platform box on all fours, and is crawling across the floor, or crawling across the box, and is like right in front of your eye level at this point, Hutch. And same thing is bringing its tail around and trying to hit you with its tail first. Let's see. 13?
miss.
And whenever it brings its tail around from one side, and you kind of pull out of the way, and it reaches out with the opposite side claw, it tries to hit you with that as well. That's not the right one. It's the same bonus.
Miss.
What? That's not. Still miss, but that shouldn't target that. That's fine. Yeah, that puts it to Kisar.
Looks
On
like
the
we're not the only
ceiling.
one with suck rolls tonight.
Kind of squeezed into the same area as this thing is right beside you, but it's focused on Hutch right now.
Kisar will look at it and cast. Yeah, Kisar will cast Charm Person on the one fighting Hutch.
Okay.
It's a wisdom save. I will drag it into the thing for you.
Sounds like a plan. Not that. Not that either. Dang it. This is what I want. Attributes. Hit me one of these. Don't hit me with one of those yet. You want one of those with one of these. Yes. 21.
Fail.
It's saved. For my movement, Kisar will go down a little bit farther past it and hiss like a xenomorph as it jumps down behind it.
Okay. So we're going to put you kind of back here a little bit and back on the normal expected.
He's drooling. all over my
And
paper.
that'll put it back to Clove.
This cat is drooling all over my notes.
He's derping. He does that.
I am not. I
There's
have not
literally-
ruled upon anything.
There's literally drool all over this paper. Okay.
That's gross.
It is gross. Ugh. If my sneak attack with the bow is not working.
When she hit it, with it being that close to me, does it look like she did any damage to it at all? Since it's right in my face now.
See a little spot where there's a little. It's not really torn. It's more kind of flaked apart right there in kind of a little circle area in front of you. So it did something, but it wasn't that impressive.
Mm-mm.
It isn't that it did nothing. It just wasn't impressed.
But
Also,
I am
yay
impressed.
for fights in very small areas.
What is it?
Fights in small areas.
It's tricky.
Tricky.
We rock around with it's
Yeah.
tricky.
Tricky.
But I even got my sneak attack with 2 extra d6s and it didn't do nothing.
It's got some type of either immunity or some type of resistance.
I'm just gonna say one word: slashing.
I mean, I have a rapier.
That'd
That's
be piercing.
Yeah, it's piercing. I have the magic sickle.
There you
What's
go.
that? The sickle
slash-
is slashing?
Yeah,
Yeah.
should be.
I have a pin, and it's mightier than your sword.
That's true. Your sickle would be slashing.
Should
because
I
you have
write
to
it a
cut
letter? Should I write it a letter?
it.
Dear Mr. Pinecone
mean-
Man, please stop hurting my friends.
You spiny asshole, get off our boat, son of a bitch.
Don't use
Spiny
my computer.
dickhead,
I don't
grow
like.
a backbone.
To boo.
Use the sickle.
Cool. I gotta use the sickle.
Bust
Well,
it out.
my cat's ass is on this. Hold on,
Sorry,
Cat ass.
almost hit some-
cat ass.
a- Catastrophe.
Hmm.
What is this big
It's
brown
right here.
circle? I'm gonna place myself on it just for the sake of pointing things out. What is that? What is this thing?
That's just it. So the top. Oh, the top mast is gone. That's not there. I forgot the top mast is gone. I should have removed that. My mistake. I made an error on the map.
Oh no worries. So that's open space.
It's open space.
But I could duck
I got
behind
it.
this wall and pop over it and slash him with my
Sneaky,
sickle.
sneaky.
Actually, even from the hallway, you could see him there because so Hutch is standing. The box goes up to about top of Hutch's belly. Right, this thing is on top of the box on all fours, trying to get it Hutch from that position. So you could totally see it from wherever. So that circle there is actually engine access. You can actually it's a little hatch in the floor that you can walk over, but you can open it up and go down into the underbelly of the ship where the engine is and stuff.
I want to tuck by this wall here, and just before I go to attack, I want to say something in Thieves' Cant, just in case they're part of my group. I want to shout who sent you in Thieves' Cant, just in case. And then I'm gonna strike.
Thieves' Cant would be more of a code. It would be more of a for somebody who understands it. Whenever you talk to them, it's like, oh, well, how's your mother doing? And you're asking, do you have any work? Oh, well, she's not been doing too good lately. You ain't got much work.
It's Cockney rhyming slang.
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah,
Let the
I
apple
mean-
pass.
it's not so much a language as it is an understood back and forth between practitioners.
Well, then maybe how I approach this is I'm gonna dodge behind the wall and hold up the sigil above the wall, and then if there see what the response is, and if the response is poor, attack. Is that a thing I can do? I don't know if that counts as communication. I don't know if I'm pushing the lines here.
With this being a hostile entity and other people attacking it, you can go for that. The likelihood of it doing anything with it being everybody else is already attacking it and there's no real break in combat is pretty steep. If it was something that they're under orders from even another member of the guild, there's a chance that it could put a stop to it, but if it's anything else, it might just attack you out of you doing something like that.
So I'd lose my sneak attack if I showed the sigil.
You lose. I would say that you would probably lose your attack completely.
The action, yeah.
Yeah.
Man.
Choices.
I mean,
Because that would be technically that would be using an item.
Andronicus communicated to us that they are trying to install some kind of bomb.
Hutch did that. He's the only one that could understand him.
Hutch communicated that there was a bomb being installed. Okay, I'm gonna forego the whole sigil thing, and I'm just gonna go ahead and attack with the sickle.
Okay. Go roll for it. And see if you hit.
Okay.
You got your sickle.
My moon blessed sickle.
That hits.
Kapow!
Magical
And then
slashing. Okay. So
do I
you did.
spin it?
Okay. With it being engaged with Hutch, you can do your sneak attack as well.
Yo.
So that's that much, and then that much. You reach up, and while it's like really focused on Hutch in front of you, it's up on the box. So you kind of slide up right next to Hutch, and when it goes to attack him, you can reach up with the sickle and pull across the box. Like you actually.
I use Hutch like a
Like a ladder.
and I'm just like, whoa!
It's like you even slide the sickle across the box directly, like one near the handle, and use it like as leverage to really get enough force to where you don't lose edge alignment. It is, you pretty much cut one hand completely off of it. Like it
Damn.
pulls back, and it's in really bad shape right now. Like it was a really, really well placed wound on it. It was lucky that it hit its hand first, because you actually caught its neck a little bit, but it didn't go very deep. So it's not in good shape.
So I have movement and bonus action left, correct?
Correct. Some movement and then bonus action.
I don't want to move because the opportunity attacks. We've learned that.
That's all you,
Lovely.
baby.
Oh, my lords.
Just gonna say the smoked mozzarella pasta salad from Whole Foods.
Not a sponsor.
Really good stuff.
But you could be.
Clove. If
saying.
you wanted to back
Whole
away,
Foods.
you could use disengage as your bonus action to get away without the opportunity attack.
Well, I'm thinking
As a
about,
rogue, yes.
because I was going to save my bonus action for intercepting some kind of missile, but they haven't launched anything. So
No,
I
think
feel
they're
like
gonna be-
Isn't that a reaction?
Follow up.
Yeah, it is a reaction.
Wait, what did Keystar say? Hold up.
I was
Reaction and
follow up.
bonus action are separate.
Yeah, they are. Follow up. You could just adjust around him and get behind him and never leave melee range.
That's also true.
Yeah, you still have movement.
Yeah, you could, with your
Get around
movement, skirt around to over here.
Does that still count as sneak for next one? I could
Because-
move there and disengage.
It
You wouldn't be
depends
hidden,
on.
but you wouldn't be hidden anyway. The reason you're getting your sneak attack is because it's engaged directly with somebody else.
Plus, I'm pretty sure it's going to turn around after you cut off its hand and be like, I have a word for you.
I know, that's why I don't like that part.
Yeah, but he's almost dead.
Truth?
We should keep one alive. This guy might be the one to keep alive. He's pretty messed up.
Use your net.
There you go.
Can I bonus action net attack?
Bonus action net him.
That's
What you don't know is I'm actually half racially a spider, and I get a net attack as a racial bonus, starting at level 4.
I will say, if you had the thought whenever you prepared the sickle and also prepared the net in the other hand,
Yeah.
True.
I'm pushing my luck here.
Yep.
I'm gonna so I was here.
mean, Hutch could always try to grab it.
I'm gonna disengage. I don't. I'm
Give
gonna.
me a hug.
You absolutely can.
I'm gonna
Absolutely.
disengage, and I need to be somewhere where I can sneak up again next time.
You can try to move down around behind the one that I'm attacking.
I don't think I have that much movement. I can't see how many squares there are. That was about what 10 feet that I just moved.
Roughly. You would be able to get.
I only
If
have
you went to
25 feet because I'm little.
If you went to the other one, I would say you'd be able to get to about there.
What about
Now
if
the
she
other
went-
one, Andronicus had kind of met the other one as it was coming out of the door, so it's actually in the door frame.
And then combat tracker. That would be.
Hutch is up next.
I could have partial cover around you for the next to hit the other one.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, let's disengage and yeah, I don't know. I don't know where to move. Maybe I disengage and
You could just
These
kind of
are
hide
the
at that other
choices.
corner. I mean,
You could hop up on the box over here.
you
Even
know,
what box?
the engine is in a box, so you could hop up here on top of the box.
Okay, that's cool.
You'd be just there. We'll put you
Box hopping.
about there, and we'll say
I'm a
you're
box hopper.
on top of it. There you go. Cool. To Hutch.
Thank you,
I
friend.
am going to. This guy's pretty mangled. I want to. We can have conversations, so I'm just gonna say to Kassar, restrain this guy if you get a chance to. I'm gonna actually leave and let him, if he wants to, go ahead and provoke that opportunity attack and come around to the other side. So if he wants to attack me, he can.
As you walk away, he kind of reaches with both claws and tries to both a grab and a swipe with both claws toward you.
But he's
you're trying
missing a
to move
hand,
away.
so he's really only
I
got
was
one.
saying his one claw's like.
You're missing a hand.
Disadvantage.
Takes his tail. He tries to whip you with
Okay.
the tail and the other claw. There
That's
you
fine.
go. There you
He
go.
tries to swipe at you with both claws, but he finds it half as effective as it should be.
It's a good catch.
He's holding
Very
his
good
one
catch.
claw and tries to hit you with it.
He throws
Um,
the one,
It's
the
what
severed
is that? A
one,
phantom
and
limb?
attack.
Is what they call it?
Right.
Fan-
Yes.
A name.
Oh, like those martial arts movies where they throw
And
the claw and it's on a chain and it.
Oh, those are gnarly.
thank
Yeah,
you.
those used to scare me.
There was one in the golden shop.
I don't want to. Yeah. I'm not gonna burn it. I'll take the damage because I have a spell I can use, but I'm not gonna use it. I'll take it. What's the hit?
He's gonna take the damage.
Take the damage.
I have to roll this
One.
D100.
Okay. It's
One of us
one.
picked up the healer kit from Flynn.
So this is what happens. You see Clove kind of above her and almost cut this thing completely just apart. It misses a hand, and you're like, "That's my chance." So as she moves to that side, you also follow her. And whenever it goes to swipe with this hand. And it's like, "Fuck, I don't have a hand." You try to swipe, and it's already too late. So it like barely catches you with a graze, and
All right,
that's
cool.
the one.
I'm gonna pop over to the other side. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to use my fancy pistol. And I'm going to go ahead and shoot. With me having one pistol, because I'm using my shield right now, well, my body shield, right? Well, sort of, kind of. Because my other hand's in use, that negates offhand, right? Or do I still
What do you
get
mean?
my offhand shot?
What do you mean? No,
If
you
I'm
only
shooting.
you're level 4, right?
Yes, I don't have a second attack, but you give me my offhand
Right.
shot.
So the offhand shot is because you have 2,
Right, so if I'm using one, it would just be one shot.
just 1.
Okay, so then I'm just going to go ahead and just go for Jinx shot again. I might as well. There's no
Do
point for me
not-
not to.
Do not roll a natural one.
I already did.
A decision.
That's like a 27 or 28 to hit.
That hits.
Damn. Shot over my shoulder or something.
Isn't it a D8? I believe. I think that's what we're
Between my legs. Choo!
Where's my
The narrative is fun.
Kick him in the nards.
Wolfman doesn't have any nards. Wolfman's got
Sweep the
nards.
leg.
Johnny!
Get on board.
That's such a good movie. God
Rocking
damn
him
it.
for the D8. Let me do this math real quick. Hit that son of a bitch for 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 damage.
7 damage. This is- okay.
All right.
And you get magical piercing.
Oh, +1 actually, so it'd be 12 actually. So it's 12 because of the
12
magic.
magical piercing.
That is correct.
What? Okay. I'm gonna do this.
Oh, I just
So Andronicus has walked up, is playing defense kind of a little bit, taking some swipes, but mostly playing defense just to be safe. Blocks high to the tail, and then the thing kind of comes at him. And whenever he kind of steps back a little bit, that's about the time that Hutch comes over to that corner and sees an opening. As it's Andronicus has kind of pulled back and also hunkered down a little bit in the defense and shoots right over Andronicus's head. You nail the thing square, like in the shoulder, and it takes a step backwards into the room from the impact because it's off balance from the attack. Andronicus, if you want to make an opportunity attack, please do.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm going to go in with the big ass slash.
Get you some.
And that slash, let me see it.
I will say for this one, you have true advantage.
I don't know if that's going to.
Roll D20 twice.
Because it has lost footing, and
That's
there you go.
That's not bad.
That's a nat. That's a nat. So
Girl.
that is a crit. So you will deal. What's your damage die for the sword?
1d8 plus 4.
So you'll deal a full D8 plus the 4. So just roll a D8.
Six. That guy got rocked.
So 14 plus 4. So he takes another 18 damage. Yeah. So he kind of starts to stumble back from the shot while you have your shield up, and you see an opening. You just come in just hard, like full body momentum, hard, and cleave. Like you literally cleave this thing across the stomach, and like as it's falling backwards, the top of it kind of falls off onto the box, and the bottom part of it just kind of slumps.
Nasty.
I kind
I
of
gutted him. I just fucking sliced.
I see that shit happen. I basically take my pistol, like spin it around, make a poof like Andronicus. That's my dog right there.
That's my dog right here.
Oh.
I take my sword and I go.
After the two pieces of it kind of just
Ow.
slump to the ground, you see the fires start to reclaim it and start to swirl as it's
Hey,
called
that's my
back
bite.
to the plane that it normally comes from. That puts it to the other one. The other one
You stole my bite.
Mm-hmm.
I was letting it cool.
is missing a hand. As it swipes across to try to catch Hutch, it sees the other one that it was working with go down. There's nobody around it. It bolts for the porthole window nearby.
Whose turn is next?
Sorry.
It is going to roll an acrobatics.
I want to net it
Get out of here. There we
or
go.
lasso it.
Yeah, that's fine. With a little bit of difficulty, it takes it a minute to actually fit through the porthole, and then Hutch and Clove are able to see it. Once it gets out, it kind of pulls its arms back and stretches its shoulders, and wings pop out, and it takes off. So the ship is currently landed, and this thing is taking off, and it gets about that far from the ship already.
Oh wait, hold on, I can't see. Where is it?
Just zoom out. It's off the map currently.
Other side. Keep going.
Well, actually, you know what? It's about here, but at this point, I would say it's probably another 20 feet up above the porthole.
So I can't
Just gonna
like
climb.
lasso it or rope it or anything.
See, it goes to Kisar.
Kisar will run over to the portal. Can Kisar see it?
Yeah, it is at almost a perfect angle, climbing steadily away from the ship. When you
Would
get
it
there,
be
as you
within
chase it.
30 feet?
Yes.
Then Kisar will try to charm it again.
Okay.
Ready the window for me.
That is a
I'm gonna
wisdom save.
leap out like
Yes.
Superwoman. Like a cannon.
18.
Give me a sec. I'm pretty sure that passes.
It should.
Why is that not showing my checks? That should be showing my checks.
Like, I think your charisma and mine are like neck and neck, and I can't even hit a 15.
That's weird. It should be showing my rolls, but it's not. I don't
Yeah,
know
I
why.
want to say it's 14 or 15, but I just want to double check real quick.
Well, that's fine. 8 plus your proficiency plus your spellcasting modifier.
Okay, so
18 too, there's no
11. 15, yeah.
So it succeeds.
Kisar will then yell, "Look for the bomb!" and starts running back toward the deck.
Okay, I will say you can get to the door on the top deck at that point.
Okay.
But you can be one step on the top deck. That will put it to Rosemary, aka Clove. Clove, aka Rosemary.
You shouted look for the
Clove.
bomb.
Yes.
Where? I mean, it was in the storeroom,
Mm-hmm.
and I have expertise in disarming things, so I'm gonna dash for the storeroom. How far away am I? Let's see. Where's the storage room? Is the storage room just the back of the ship here with the barrels?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know. I don't have squares on my map here.
That's fine.
My speed's like 25. If I dash, I think I've got enough.
Yeah, you can get in there.
I'm gonna dash on back there, and I'm gonna investigate the shit out of this shit.
Can I, when I say look for the bomb, can I also yell, "Hutch, come with me"?
Sure.
Okay.
Once you get back there, immediately smell sulfur and phosphorus, and from where the body had dissipated. Inside the room, at a quick glance, looking around on top of, just looking around on the floor, you don't see anything. So you shift your attention up a step. You're looking on top of the boxes and the barrels. The barrel closest to the doors, you see another little folded paper package. That instead of just being a couple blood specks on it, it's like an actual package, and it is covered in blood.
I'm gonna call out to everybody. I found a package covered in blood. I don't know if it's a bomb or not. And then DM, real quick question: is there any kind of window or porthole in this back room?
Not in the back room.
I'm gonna tell them to clear, and I'm gonna grab
There's
that
one by
package.
Andronicus.
What?
Yeah, there's some near the back by the engine,
Yeah.
but there's none in the storage room.
I'm gonna go to I'm gonna grab that package, go to the one across from Andronicus, and chuck it the fuck out the window.
Okay. You pull the little latch, you swing it open, pull it in, throw it out.
As I'm running with the package, is there anything else I notice about it? I know it's a quick moment, but is there anything I notice?
It's not very heavy. The paper kind of, it feels almost, it's not heavy at all. It's pretty soft as far as squeezable and everything. It's from your expertise dealing with traps and other things, either fabric inside the paper or something else that's super soft and you're not sure what.
Is it making any kind of sound or indication that there's something functioning inside of it?
No.
Wow, that fly threw your focus out, JD.
It did. Whoa.
Yeah, it was
Also,
kind of cool.
Side
You were
note,
like,
Hutch never said it was a bomb. He said they planted something, maybe a bomb. I don't know.
There we go.
okay, as I'm running to the window with this package, I want to hesitate by the window and just give it a good look. I noticed that it's squishy and it's soft and
it's covered in blood.
Do I recognize it as like robes or clothing or
you open it? On the outside, it's paper. It's like a paper wrapped package. Tying it to
Open it up.
Clove, telepathy, Clove. Before you open that, if we're gonna open that, do that up top.
I'm not opening it. I'm just
What's in the
looking at it.
package?
I'm looking at it. God, I have a proficiency in disarming traps and opening locks, but I don't even know if this is a trap or a lock.
What's in the package?
I don't know. I don't have enough movement to go all the way up top with it, and if it's on a timer and gonna explode, I don't want it to explode on our ship. So I don't.
Closemary from having
Closemary.
Mary, I dig it.
from having experience handling the traps and other things, and some explosives in her training and everything, just to be familiar with them. After picking it up, your initial reaction was to, I gotta get this. And as you're going and feeling it and holding it, it's like, this is not something dangerous. This is either whatever's in this is not going to go off in a trap fashion.
Okay, then I'm gonna communicate that through the comms, and I'm gonna double back into this room and just make sure there's nothing else I missed.
That's the only thing they've left.
Okay. So how much movement did I use? I moved all the way back here. I moved to the window.
Say you'd be able to get back to a door.
Would I be able to get back to a window? Or do you mean like this
No.
door here? Okay.
Yeah, you'd be able to get back to a door to the outside.
I guess I'm just gonna hold up here with this freaking bloody package. That's fun.
Mr. Hutch, sir.
I can't get all the way up there.
You see, kind of Hutch, and after he hears Gassar, he sits there, kind of gives those for a minute, looks at it. Is that thing pretty much straight outside that window? You know what I'm about to do?
Yeah, I know what you're gonna do.
I take 2 steps forward, look at it, put my
No,
hands
it is
up like this.
above the window, so you'd have to walk to the window, but you can.
Okay, so I'll
allow it.
you know exactly what I'm about to do. You're like, fuck,
yeah.
I forgot he could do
yeah.
that. So I'm looking at it, like I kind of look at it like this, put my pistol up, and then go summon my rifle.
Damn.
Andronicus, you watch as this dark haze kind of is where his pistol was, and as he pulls his hand back and pulls the other one up, what was a pistol kind of just fades into this long rifle that's just as ornate and just as decorated. The barrel's this black metal that's been twisted and has all this filigree in it. It's not colored at all, but you can see even from that distance all the details. And the stock on it is this beautiful. You have no idea what it is, but it's some kind of white wood.
Malfeasance, the long rifle.
Almost pearly looking wood.
Hang on, I'm doing math.
I gotta know if you hit it first.
Oh, bro. All right, so it's a 10, but it's a 10 plus 4, so I'm automatically at 14. Plus my proficiency is 16.
That hits.
Oh, man. I don't get to use this very often, but you're about to see some fucking magic.
You're about
Just
to
let me know
see
what
some
the-
serious
Just let me
shit.
know what the how
What-
much it is, and if it's a type.
Okay.
You're shooting
It's
at the
gonna
back
be-
of it.
Long range, 2-handed weapon. It's going to be magical piercing.
Okay, it doesn't have an elemental type yet.
No.
Haven't got to that point. We're getting there.
So where is my actual stat?
Oh, this
Because
is gonna be freaking cool.
2d12.
Oh shit.
First damage is 8 plus. That's 20
Okay.
plus
you see
5.
how
That's a total of 25.
everybody. Andronicus, and this is from your perspective. You watch Kisar as this thing kind of takes off out the window. You watch Kisar run over to the window, do an incantation, and cast a spell, and he goes, "Shit!" and he starts running for the stairs. He's like, Hutch, let's go. And he runs up the stairs, and Hutch turns and he goes, very calmly walks over to the window, and he pulls the pistol back into the rifle. And you see him, once he gets it kind of shouldered, he takes his hand from underneath and he comes up and he grabs the whole back end of the barrel. There's no chamber, like there's no bolt. He just grabs the whole back into the barrel and pulls it back. Sets the front of it on the porthole, reaches into his pocket and pulls out a canister, puts it in, slides it forward, picks it up. The spined demon just dissipates in front of you.
Just
like it doesn't even realize that it got shot. It's just gone.
Turn to juice.
Bro.
Sorry, what you see and hear as you run up the stairs, you open the door and you see this black bolt of energy scorch the air, and the demon just fizzles into fire after that. And when you see it, you hear this.
Gisar runs over to the rail and looks at where it was, and looks down and says, "Hey, you son of a bitch! You said capture it."
Got it.
Yeah,
It was flying away.
We have a flying ship. We were going to chase him.
And 100%, just so everybody else doesn't think that it's broken without reason, it has some pretty serious drawbacks to it.
It does.
I walk around the corner to where Hutch is, and I'm just like, holy fucking shit, that was loud.
When you get
I
there,
was in the same corridor with him.
Are we out of combat?
yes, we're completely out of combat. When you get there, his hands are empty again. Like as you were walking up and you're kind of shaking out the ringing, you notice it shift back from a pistol from a rifle to the pistol, and you see him kind of holster it into nothing, and then it's gone.
Dude,
I hold out this package full of bloody fabric, and I'm like, heads or tails out of this?
Kisara yells, "Did she throw the bomb overboard yet?"
No,
I
it's
never
not
said it was a
bomb.
bomb.
Bomb! Sorry, getting out myself.
I'm gonna run up
You feel
onto
the ship start lifting up.
Can I run up onto the deck with this thing?
Mhm.
I'm gonna just signal to folks that I'm about to find out what the hell this thing is, and I'm trying to move myself. Oh, here we go. I'm gonna get out to the front of it.
I'm gonna follow.
You should
That's fine.
stay a respectable distance back, friend.
I'm intrigued.
You guys are
Um,
still underneath, you know.
Yeah,
I'm
Okay.
up on the nose of the ship.
I
No,
moved.
there's if you move to the left. I'm not even using the map at this point, though. And we're just
Am I? Oh no!
free talk. So
Let me move myself. I went up the stairs. Do I have enough movement for that?
we're not.
Yeah.
We're
in
out
combat.
of combat.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm up on the deck and I want to approach it like I'm disarming a bomb, like very cautiously, just remove each piece one at a time.
You see Chloe kind of reach into her pack and take out some tweezers and some small tools, and kind of she sets it down on the deck, and then she takes a step back and she rolls out her thieves' tools in front of it and starts very carefully untying and cutting and unraveling this thing. You had something? Go ahead.
Kisara is aggressively flying away because he thinks you threw the bomb off the boat.
Okay.
You threw the bomb away, yes.
It's at
I'm
a
like
bit
trying
of
to do stuff and I'm like, what?
it's at a pretty steep angle, but it's still comfortable on the deck. Is anybody else watching?
I
goes
am.
Gonna
there.
go up and follow her, I
I
guess.
would-
Yeah.
Okay. As you watch, did you kind of you're both kind of keeping a cautious distance. As you unravel it, it's just a bunch of fabric at first. Once you get down inside the fabric, you're pulling it out and stretching it out. You find a finger.
Ew. What
And
kind
a
of
note.
finger is it?
So it's
Is it an elf finger?
it is elvish.
It's
I
a
will say
Flynn finger?
It's a ring finger, and there is very almost origami, almost origami design with a little string. There's a ring, like it's a big gem made of paper on the finger.
I'm gonna pause right at that moment and not touch a damn thing. and I'm going to let folks know that there's a strange origami-esque gem hanging from a dismembered finger in a bloody pack of fabric, and I'm not touching it.
Well, I can see it because I'm standing there.
Mhm.
Is there anything else besides the origami ring and the finger?
That's it.
Um,
The
What
fabric
kind of
was
pattern
nice.
is this? Is this gem in any kind of pattern that would make heads or tails or sense or anything to me?
No, it's just a kind of almost what you would expect a diamond pattern kind of thing to look like that's been folded out of paper. The fabric is just nice silks. That before they were wrapped, it was a blue, but from the blood, there's almost a wine color. Some of it looks a little bit darker. Some of the blood's kind of dried on the closer to the finger, and everything is.
Do
kinda
these
coppery color.
fabrics match Flynn's clothes at all?
No.
I would like to remove the origami ring and unfold the paper.
Kisar the whole time is like, was it a small bomb? Did you throw it off already and they left something else too?
About that time, you notice.
No, I told you in the
instead of-
comm system it's not a bomb, it's a squishy fabric thing.
Well, that doesn't sound better.
About that time,
Covered in
Kisar
blood.
kind of looks. It kind of looks up over the helm, and he sees them kind of tinkering with it down there. As you unfold it, you see the same handwriting that was on the note before, and it says, "You were warned. This is on you." That's all it says.
We didn't even go after Flynn. All
But
we
it
said
was-
was that we were going
uh,
to eventually, so they can obviously hear what we're saying.
Okay. Let's not get any more potential bombs put on my ship.
Or potential fingers or body parts.
Yes, all these things are bad things. We throw everything overboard. Burn it. I don't care. Go.
All right. Well,
Okay, I chuck it. I don't mention anything about our friend who is not with us anymore, whose possible finger might be in this pack.
yeah.
And I just signal at folks that what the note said. I don't know.
It's just you and me up there.
I know it's
Touches there too.
If it's
Did
written,
you
the only
guys
one,
tell us
the only
to
person
throw
that
it?
can actually read that is me, though.
Oh, you're right. You're
They
right.
can't read it.
Oh,
Well,
oh,
the last one was
No,
written
no,
in
no, no,
common.
no, no.
Oh no,
Okay.
the letter's in
It was
common.
written in common.
Okay.
It was,
Yeah.
The letter was in common. The enemies were speaking in something only you could understand.
Okay,
Oh, okay.
so I unpacked it. We both saw the finger and the diamond. You unpacked the diamond and read it. Did you share what it said with who did you share that with?
I shared it with you.
So I know it said that. Kisar,
Touch, are you there as well?
I was up there with them, but I can't see the
Touch is
letter.
there as well.
I'll
so Hutch
inform
and
everybody.
Kisar can't see it. Okay, now everybody knows.
I mean, Kassar will have to find out when we go talk to him because I'm not going to yell. up
Well,
there.
no, we have comms.
Okay, via comlink, I tell Kassar about the
You
note.
tell everybody or just
So yeah, everybody knows about the note. We apparently investigated a little too much, and they sent us Flynn's finger. So, or what we can assume to be Flynn's finger. It could be anybody's finger.
It could honestly
That
be anyone's
finger,
finger.
if I want to pick up the finger and look at it, is there any rings or anything on it, or is it just a plain old finger?
Like a whole finger.
Like any sigils?
Plain old finger.
Plain old finger, friend.
All right, well.
If you want to, go ahead and roll on. Actually, don't even have to roll. Using you and Kisar both after having some time getting the ship back in the air and back on kind of just a level flight. Kind of searching the fabric, searching the finger, searching the note for any kind of arcane energies. It's nothing. It's 100% just what you see in front of you. As far
plain
as
old note, plain old finger.
somebody's sending a message in a very strong way.
Not strong enough because his little homies got murked.
This is true.
You still gotta check out that terminal.
I do. I want to go to the terminal actually and see what they were typing on.
What are we
Okay.
doing with this finger and the blood and the note?
I
Just
excuse
throw it
myself
over.
while they are tinkering around with it and go see what he was typing up.
You guys want to throw it over?
I mean, we had the letter and somebody said something and this happened. So I don't think keeping them around is a good idea.
Before
Okay.
you check this terminal, let me ask. Y'all had found a cove close to Rayori, far enough away that you weren't visible from the city, in a pretty secluded little cove.
Mm-hmm.
The next morning, this had went on. Kisar, which direction did you take off in?
Toward the camp.
Toward the camp. Okay.
Which is only a couple hours outside of where we're at. Well, I mean, what, like 6 technically? It was 3 and 3.
Be around that, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. By all means, investigate the terminal. Continue.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and see what message this little feller was sending.
Aw.
When you get to the terminal, it looks like it did whenever y'all first got on the boat. There is no message. It is scrolling auto text, almost what you would expect to see in completely meta reference, a hacker movie where it's just
Just lines of code.
on the screen. Just lines of code are scrolling up the screen right now.
There's nothing going on.
Not that you notice. Roll perception. I'll see if you can pick out anything on the screen. Or an investigation.
Investigation?
Either one. Whichever you prefer. Whether your eyes can catch it or investigation, to whether you can piece together pieces of it as you see it.
13.
13?
Good, Billy. Thank you.
They have started some process with the ship. Ship is going to do something when it finishes. You're not sure what. Y'all are probably like 150, maybe 200 feet in the air right now.
Okay. I want to go up, pass that information along.
Okay.
I flat out tell them, I was like, those little creatures did something to the ship. From what I gather, once this script is complete and executed, the ship is going to do something. So I reckon maybe we need to get down to the board level.
Bitch. Kisar jumps the rail and runs back down to the terminal. Whoever you are, take over.
Okay.
I run to the controls and let me check this map here. I want to see if there's a place where we can be, if for instance we lose altitude, we can land. Where are we?
Y'all are currently over the sand sea, heading north from Rayori. Y'all would be able to land in the sea, but you'd have to get down in time.
I'm gonna start taking it down. Downward.
Roll a d10.
A D10, you say?
You know what? Make it a d12. We don't use those very often.
Except for when I'm dealing some nasty damage.
Where's Rayori?
Bottom left.
Bottom left.
It's by the green dot.
I don't have a green dot on mine.
You're in the bottom right.
Yeah, let's throw the blue one.
Yeah, I was scooting over because I can't find it. Oh, geez. There it is.
7.
It's
Okay.
real little. So we're in the sea of.
Right off the coast there is the sand sea.
Kisar,
Yes.
you get to the terminal. You see the same thing Hutch saw. What do you do?
Kisar is going to try and stop this script without it destroying the ship or hurting anyone.
Talk me through it.
After spending time with Polar and learning more about the systems, Kisar will slow down the scrolling text so he can get a better idea of what all is being implemented. And then he will slowly begin to enter commands to slow down the process that is whatever is being done to try and stop it without hurting anyone.
Okay. Kisar runs down to the terminal, sees it scrolling quickly. He goes, I know what to do. Starts entering command prompts, enter, command prompt, enter, command prompt, enter. not so much trying to get it to slow down, just trying to stall the system and give it overriding commands that it has to do first. More of an interrupt than a slowdown. And he gets it slowed down enough to where he can kind of see what's going on. Kisar, roll me a d12.
I refilled it already. Thank you.
Also, Club, since you're piloting, you can go ahead and roll me a d12 as well.
2.
Where's my sheet?
Very good.
There we are. D12 from my friends. No.
Andronicus, everybody's panicking. Everybody's running around. The ship's going at a pretty steep angle down back toward the sand sea. What are you doing?
Is anybody at the controls?
Chloe is currently on the helm. Kisar is currently at the terminal.
At this point, is it safe to say if somebody doesn't do something, we could very well crash?
Well, we don't know what the code is being. Something is going to happen. We don't know what.
Nobody is quite sure what yet. The last time something like this happened, it went into autopilot and took you to Voldan. It's the only thing you've seen it do, and without knowing where it was set to take you, it could take you anywhere, or it could do something else entirely.
I'm just trying to lower altitude in case it's set to make us crash or explode. We'll be closer to.
If we were to cut all power currently, would we be doomed?
Well, when you started, when Kisar ran downstairs and Clove took helm, y'all were about 200 feet in the air.
Yep.
Did a pretty steep dive. Can't go too steep because you have to be able to stay on the helm. But y'all are in a pretty steep dive for the ship. If you cut power, it would pretty much just be a nosedive straight to the ground at this point.
Now
we have that little extra boat thing that we asked for.
Mm-hmm. You do?
What about
we could evacuate to that and follow the ship and see what happens to it?
It's not a flying lifeboat.
Oh, it's not. It's like a
boat.
It's a boat. It's we landed in water. Well, we need to get out of here.
Boat.
Is there any chance between communicating with Clove, who's at the helm, if at the right time, if I'm able to, what I'm thinking is disabling the engine in a way that would be repairable, but
there's a lever.
Yeah.
Don't pull the lever. You could
communicating and being prepared to pull the lever at the exact moment that she kind of flattens it out.
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
So you're gonna be there at the ready
and glide.
Okay. Andronicus follows Kisar down the stairs just a little bit behind, runs past Kisar, goes to the other end by the doors near the storage room and is holding the lever. And he looks at Kisar and he says, "She'll tell me when," or he calls out to Clove and he's like, "I'm at the power. I'm at the switch. Tell me when."
Roger, Roger.
I mean, I'll also say that Andronicus is also watching Kisar for the go-ahead when he hears the wind. Roll a d12.
Me?
Yep. Hutch, you've run upstairs. You've gotten Kisar. Kisar's went downstairs. Now what do you do?
So I'm gonna go.
Andronicus kind of pushes past you and goes, and you at the same time you hear him say to Clove, just because everybody's in a panic, nobody's really focusing who they're talking to. You hear him say, "Just tell me when. I'm on the switch."
Has anybody actually in that storage room? Has anybody looked around yet?
Yeah, I couldn't find anything but that bloody package.
Nothing else is in there?
No, I double backed and looked at it again too. All we had was that they were messing with the terminal, but that's not really showing us anything right now. Kisar's interrupting it and distracting it, which is a good technique, I think.
I mean, I don't really know. I guess I'll go. This is the only terminal that's on the ship, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna go over to where Andronicus is standing, I kind of sit there and kind of put my hand against the wall and be like, well, if this is it, man, it's been a fucking pleasure.
Okay.
Someone could ready the emergency vessel.
A D12 again? Six.
Okay. Kisar,
Yes.
you've been inputting these other primary commands for the terminal to run so you can slow down this program and have a couple of moments to read a couple lines above your latest entry. What do you do now? You're starting to pick up a few patterns to what it's supposed to do. You get the impression that it is not taking you anywhere. It's not an autopilot command. It's something else. You're confident in it.
Does Kisar suspect that it is to make the ship's engine overload and explode?
No. That's your one question. So now what do you do? That's your that was your initial that was your initial I have to figure out if it's going to do this. Okay, it's not doing that. Now what do you do?
I will continue to input commands to buy more time. So I can actually see enough of the whole code to figure out what it's actually going to do.
Roll the d12.
So are these D12s almost like saving throws?
I don't know.
As you kind of calm down and take a quick sigh before you get back to it, you feel the engine cut. There's no more roar. The text that was scrolling stops scrolling.
What are you doing back there?
The switch is still on top. He hasn't pulled it. Closed.
How far above the ground are we?
I would say you're still pretty high. The wings are still out. They haven't folded in yet. You're still in a dive. That you no longer hear the engine. Now you just hear the wind going past you.
Does any one of us have that special charm that saves us all from falling, or was that our friend Flynn? Was that Flynn who had that?
Well, it would be in his bunk.
I will say at this also, Kisar, if you want to try to give direction, yes.
All right, so everything's turned off.
The whole ship just turned off. The wings are still out. It's like the ship just completely locked up.
Andronicus, was that you?
No, I didn't pull it.
Pull it and then flip it back up now.
Make sure it's plugged in and reset it.
Are you sure?
No, go do.
Okay, pulled up.
There's no response.
What you want me to do, Kisar?
The lights in the hallway don't even come back on.
Do you want me to go get that thing from Flynn's room?
Not even a flicker.
What thing?
He has the thing that can stop us.
What thing?
Do I know if Clove will it glide or is it just going to fall?
As long as those wings stay out, it seems to be gliding.
I mean, it's still currently in a pretty steep dive.
I propose that to the group that I level this out and just gradually cut that dive a little and try to kind of glide instead of dive.
Roll a strength check with true disadvantage.
I was going to say, Kisar's going to run up and start trying to assist to level out this dive, but...
Well, I was just proposing it.
No,
you're in a free fall right now. Like y'all are in a free fall nosedive straight at the ground, and it's coming up quick.
So am I doing a strength save?
Strength check.
Strength check. What do you mean by true disadvantage? Do I do this
Roll
attack?
twice,
20.
take the lowest. Thank
you. I am new to these. 19 and 19.
What? Okay.
Okay.
Clove,
little
being
chick for
this
the win.
small, diminutive
Damn.
person,
I'm pissed.
Sees this thing
They
going
don't be
down,
messing with my
feels,
boat.
hears the engine cut, and with everything she has, just grabs the helm and the top of the helm handles and just pulls with her whole body.
And I release a gnarly roar. Roar!
Everybody else on the boat feels it start to like
Arnold style.
You start feeling turbulence. Keystar takes off up the stairs,
And I'm like, get your rumps up
helm.
here.
Pretty much doesn't even run up to the helm. Like he almost, as he comes up the stairs, he almost like falls up to the helm because the ship's going down so fast, and he pushes just a little bit too hard on the last step.
Like Moose jumping down the stairs.
Grabs the helm on his way up over the helm and pushes with its full weight too, and everybody kind of just feels the ship go.
Hold on to your fishies.
And just kind of skid across the sand sea.
Wow.
I owed you guys from the last time I crashed this thing.
Good job, Chloe. That was like she grabbed onto the wheel and just turned into a rock.
Arnold,
no joke. Like that was about to get really bad for everybody.
I messed it up last time. I was so scared.
That's why we were rolling D12s. That was our damage. As we crash into death.
I kind of lay back on the freaking deck and I'm just like, just getting a minute.
Well done.
Kisar kind of falls back too and reaches out and pats her, pats her on the shoulder and goes,
And I'm like,
you know, you're much better than my last navigator.
I fucked it up last time. Bad.
So yeah, y'all currently, and I'll say with even tinkering with it, the ship won't fly. It'll sail on the sand sea, but it won't fly. Y'all can go anywhere on the sand sea that you would have went before, or anywhere in around the sand sea, like the camp that y'all would have went before, or back to Rayori. But as far as flying, something's wrong with the ship.
Y'all reckon we should just continue on this sand and to that camp, and we'll try to see if we can fix her there?
I mean, will we be able to make it?
I'm going to search the skies while they're talking about this and see if anything is coming in for us.
Okay. Everything's clear. It's a beautiful day for flying.
Ironically
Kisar will stand up and start getting the ship underway as a sailing vessel.
So Kisar kind of gets up after taking a minute to go. Goes over to the helm, kind of gets a couple tools and disconnects the helm from the sails and starts running the sails by hand.
Whatever on the law, Kisar has exactly 4 lives left after that.
Hang on, let me write that down.
About how far are we from that camp?
14. He said 14. 14 lives.
It would. Y'all left pretty early, or it was before midday when y'all left. It would probably be, or no, yeah. Kisar kind of took off. It was pretty mid-morning. Sun had been up. Y'all had breakfast, kind of taking your time. Wasn't in too much of a rush. It's probably around noon right now. Y'all would get there with favorable winds. Y'all could get there by dark the next day.
I want to communicate with the group as we make our way that when these critters left, they smelled like sulfur and they had wings. And I want to kind of confer with everyone and say, you know, like, were these wings similar to Koketh? Like, was there anything, have any of you come across anything like this before? I've never seen anything like this before.
Well, in my experience, from what I'm gathering and from what I'm hearing, these are going to be more. You're in the wheelhouse from what I gather, but these things are definitely of maybe the demonic nature, perhaps from her mother's side. Maybe that would be my guesstimate, because these things are speaking abyssal, and I mean, let's be honest, we know where that comes from. So
they're hedgehog demons from your ex-girlfriend's mother.
I mean, if you want to put it like that, that's a strong possibility, yeah.
Woo!
Damn.
Man, I know how to pick some winners, don't I?
Yeah, stay off Tinder, friend.
What was
Oh man,
dinner
I'm
like at
swiping
your
left
house?
from now on. I'll tell you what.
No, no,
A whole different
no,
kind of
no.
mother-in-law problem.
Right?
Damn.
Yikes. Man, we can't seem to keep this ship in the air for long.
If that's where they came from.
Right. We do not know. This is all speculation.
So I'm gonna ask. It is nearly midnight where y'all are. Do we want to keep going? How much more do we want to keep going? Do we want to end it here for the night and pick it up at the camp next time?
I could potentially go one more hour. It's up to you, Sarah.
I'm just working from home tomorrow, so I can pick up work and do whatever at whatever time. I think it might be interesting, and I don't know how Hutch feels about this, but if he tried to reach out to his patron, Koketh, or whatever she's called, and
His
see
lady
if he
friend?
knows anything about these hedgehog demons. But I don't know if there's a certain number of times that you can or cannot contact them. I don't know.
Well, I
If we're gonna
can.
keep going, I do need a couple minutes to go out and do something.
Yeah. Well, let's take a fiver.
Okay, yeah. At most, I can only go for another hour because I have to be up early.
Do we want to do like another 30 minutes then?
I'll tell you what. Let's just call it here for the night. Let's
I'm
just
okay
say
with
hey,
that, too.
and we'll pick it up next time at the camp.
That sounds good for me.
Um,
Internet, we thank you.
Kisar, just for the next duration of travel, almost every other word is an Elvish curse word.
Thank you for coming by. Thank you for the support. Thank you for watching. It's been real. It's been fun. And it's also been real fun. We will be back here again on Sunday at 4 p.m. And if any of y'all have missed prior episodes and would like to catch up, you could watch our YouTube channel or check out the YouTube channel where we also have content outside of just the campaign posts. We'd really appreciate it.
We have weekly content there. If you want to check us out, talk to us directly. Have any questions about the campaign? Any questions about the characters? Any questions about tabletop RPGs in general? Anything like that? Hit us up on the Discord as well.
Until then, you stay awesome. We will see you next weekend, and we love you very much. Bye.
Cheers.